What's up, guys? Mike, what's up, man? How's it going? How's it going? I'm gonna quickly do my dailies. I'm gonna try and do the just chatting thing this afternoon. See how it goes. But kind of a way that I want to organize my stream. So, during my little break, I'll check out and see what the top news stories are and stuff like that, so I can be prepared for a stream. Did I just wake up a while ago. Had breakfast and stuff already. Probably 2 hours ago. Why do I look like refreshed and stuff, or what's the what are my dailies today? For a riddle to get your no, dude. I'm not a riddle guy. I'll just cheat. I'll just cheat, dude. You know me. I'll cheat. I'll cheat. I won't even feel bad about it. I'll just cheat. Like, no, sorry, I'm cheating. Yeah, see, the reason why I thought I would do that is, it just kind of gives me, we'll have to see what time what I gotta do though is I gotta teach myself to hard cut my morning stream off at a certain point in time. Otherwise, I'll just play this game for 12 hours. Yes, this is Simon and Shaker. Don't act like you already knew that as well. You used Shazam or something. I know you don't know good music. You can't outfool me, dude. You can't out-cheat me. Stream been listening to quite a few. I've actually started to build up sort of a bangers list. I don't know that you'll like the list, but anytime I hear a song, I'm gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna throw that on the bangers list. A lot of these songs were from a list that I just basically got off of YouTube, and I'm kind of going through them. And is this really a banger or not a banger? Hey, how's it going, Kush? This is classic progressive house, dude. This is the shit. This is the shit that I used to listen to. But EVE Online is a perfect game to listen to this type of music. Did I send you that list? I don't. Oh, no, not that list, Mike. This is a new one. This is after you made the request for me to make a list of 100 songs. I actually put together a list called Bangers. And I've been slowly adding to them. Slowly adding to it. It's like, that one that you have is like 2,500 songs. Well, I'm not finished with it. I don't even know how many are in there yet. Just be patient. Just be patient. It will come. I've got a lot of these. Like, there are 2,500 songs on this list, right? So there's a lot of songs I got to go through. Kush would appreciate it as well. Kush, I like to believe Kush likes good music, so, you know. I like to try and believe that. Be right back. Okay. Okay. What am I at so far?
Warp drive active.
Kush, you still around? Our Bears are doing pretty good this year, man. This is going to be a very good test this week.
Docking request accepted. Connecting.
Hold on, I gotta just change some filters here. There. Mucho better.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
You know what? Maybe we'll listen to normal music today. How's that? Oh, wait, hold on. I can't even listen to it on there. I gotta listen to it on... Gotta listen to it on the other browser. Oh, I don't have my phone. One sec. I'll be right back. Stupid two-factor identification, whatever it's called. All right. That might be...
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Need to get one more.
Warp drive active.
All right, done. That 3 I've done? Yeah, 3 I've got. Do I have... Or is it 4 I've done? Oh, no, it's 3 I've done. I need to do one more. Hold on. I'll find out.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I have 5 to do in total, so I think that's 3. Yeah, I've got 2 more here. So I'd done 3. I need to do 2 more, but I do them at the same time, so it's all good. Hey, Bandy. How's it going? It's going good. How are you doing, man? Trying to get my daily done. Oh, wait. Did I do both of them here, then?
Connecting.
Yeah, I guess I would have done both of them. Double checking here. Yeah, I did. So I just need to do them on my other account, and we're good. Oh. No. Hold on. Shuffle this, please. There we go. I only have both of these. Okay, now I have 2.55 million unallocated points. This is an ult. I'm just farming skill points on them. All right, last character. Last character, and then we can get on and do some exploration or something on my main. What I need to learn is what industry items you can make a profit on the marketplace. How blueprints and all that stuff work. I'm gonna watch a couple of videos or something later to figure all that stuff out. I want to be able to be making stuff on the while I'm doing other stuff, like a whole bunch of passive income things. Whoa. Captain Caveman. Get the hell out of here. Oh, he's gone. All right, this is the last character I had to do, guys. Now we can log off and go into my main.
Connecting.
All right. Do I have everything? Yep. Should be ready to go. Go do some exploration here. Oh, actually, you know what? I want to check my planetary industry stuff. I think this stuff is already should be done at cycle. I've got to wait for the. What is start extraction? I've never done a cycle of this before, so I'm assuming. So that's how much I made in 2 days. 8.2 million. Let's check the other ones just to see what kind of the average is. I think the other planets actually do a little bit better. Yeah, this did 12.2 million in 2 days. That doesn't actually seem like much. Hold on. Hold on. What did I say? It's 12. Okay, divided by 2, so it's 6.1 million per day. Times 7. Times 6 characters. That's only 256 million ISK a week. For some reason, that seems really low. Seems low. We're not doing the math right. I don't think no matter how many times I do the math, it's still not going to change. Divided by 2 days. So 6.1 million per day. Times 7 days, times 6 characters. 256 million ISK. Barely seems like it's worthwhile. Anyways, did I set a location? I've got to be able to make more than that.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh, we can get a wormhole. Something. Oh, we'll take a relic site. Oh, I got a one of those really good relic sites in like what are they called? The Superior? I don't know if you guys are here. One of the canisters had like 600. Let me check. I took a screenshot of it. I was so nervous. $636 million ISK in one canister. And then there was 2 other ones that had like 240 in it each. And I managed to loot 2 of them. And then I had to bounce immediately because the NPCs were spawning. I was like, I was literally shaking. I was shaking.
Warp drive active.
Here's the site that I'm going for. Garbage. What? Really? Nothing in this next one? Ugh. Ugh. I got a hotkey. These ones down here is driving me nuts that I have to Alt F3. I don't want to do Alt F3. I want to put it on my mouse. Come on, what is it with these low-ass canisters? There's got to be one in here that's worth some money then. Did I check it? I don't think I did. Come on, be something decent. All right, we'll do that one. We'll do that one. Oh, I didn't even have it. I was like, why am I not? Didn't even have it tagged. Oops, I didn't check it either. Shit. This one. We're gonna pretend we're ballers today. I'm not doing anything under like 800,000. All right, let's move on. Let's move on.
Warp drive active.
Don't shoot. Oh, you know what? We got two here. Let's just...
Warp drive active.
check these ones out first. Try again. Give me a wormhole. Yeah, I thought I'd hit ghost sites before. I think I have, but this one was like one of the really big ones that you hear about. I'd never experienced that before though. That was huge. I think it was like 870 million I had on me or something like that. I was like, was terrified getting back. Here, let's get them both. Here.
Warp drive active.
The data site. The next one. Oh, somebody cherry picked these fucking things. Really kind of shitty. Means these ruins might be done too. Yep. And with all the people that are in this zone, probably wasn't an enemy that did this either. That sucks. That sucks. All right. Let's hope he didn't do the data set, or whoever it was didn't do the data set as well. Oh, hey, dude. Thank you. The VI queuing. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Hey, your name right? Thank you very much, dude. Welcome, everyone. I just started the stream up a little bit. Was doing my dailies earlier. And now I'm out in Nullsec doing some exploration. So, relatively newish player. Obviously, I have a lot to learn. So, I've been hard focusing on exploration. Oh, and thanks for the follow, dude. Thank you very much, guys. No, we haven't figured out D-scan yet. I sort of, like, I've been taught a couple of things, but I have to, like, sit down and actually go, okay, this is what I'm doing here. I just found my first relic site and somebody had cherry-picked it, so. But I've been basically focusing a lot on exploration, because apparently it's, you know, pretty good for making money. Or making ISK, sorry. So yeah, I've been kind of hard focusing on that for the time being. Been keeping up with my dailies. This is not good. Can I run around the bottom? Maybe. Oh, I think this one might be Foobar, chat. Oh, maybe not. Let's see if we can save it with a couple of, oh. We may have saved it. See. I think we may have saved it. Oh. Gotta be here somewhere. In here then, I think. Yeah, he's gotta be in here. One. Oh, we saved it. Saved it. Yeah, I'm trying to, what I'm trying to do, Evanderthal, is I'm trying to, make enough ISK that I can start doing giveaways. Like, I like doing giveaways, but I'm trying to find methods to make, like, really good residual income and stuff like that. I'm a little bit disappointed with, how much one of my characters made for, Planetary Industry, though. I was a little disappointed. Oh, I've got some starting. Somebody last stream gave me a bunch. I've got 2 billion. So I think I've got a pretty good start. I want to find out how to make ISK though, like how to actually make some really good ISK. Richer than you. Oh, do you want some cash? Hi, do you need some starter cash? Sorry, I'm kidding. You know what I did do? I got one of those really big, what are they called? The really good, relic sites, yesterday. One of the canisters was 636 million ISK. And then the second one that I got was 240. I was shaking. I was shaking. And then I had to go get back to the station. I was terrified. I was like, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, just absolutely terrified. I was like, oh my God, what's in here? What's in here? What's in here? Okay, we're just closing this one. You got $12. Yeah, it's a ghost site, but it's a really big one, like the Superior or whatever. I think it was in a wormhole. So I was like, holy shit. No, come on. What is with all this nonsense? I've had 3 of these restoration ones already. Okay, I know it's here. That rule of 6 I was taught about. Fuck. Didn't. Superiors, those compared. Oh, maybe it wasn't a superior then. Oh, I guess maybe it wasn't. But yeah, there was over 1 billion in it. There was a third canister that I didn't have time to pick, obviously. It had 240 million ISK in it as well. So, what's with all these restoration ones that I'm getting? Yeah, that was easily my biggest finds. I think the biggest canister I got before that was like 49 million or something. So did 2 cans in Ibis yesterday and under scanning to 5, it makes your cargo scanner go faster. I think I've got it pretty high. I'll have to check that. 1 second. The cargo scanner, it's called? What's it called? Survey skill. Okay. I'll pump those up. I'll add those. Thank you. I think this one I wanted to do. Um. Yeah, I've been kind of really hard focusing on just like improving my ability so that I don't. Come on, man. Annoying. I know it's. I'm pretty sure it's here too. Oh, it's not. 3, 1, 2, 3. It's either down here. Hold on. What are we at here? Not down there. It's up here. What? It's up here. What's the like lowest amount of a canister that you'll actually go for? For you guys that do, hey, street corner, Becky, I didn't realize. Sorry, the lighter text is so small. Yeah, thanks for the raid, dude. I really appreciate that. Kind of new to this section, so, and this is not a normal time for me to, or wasn't a normal time for me to streaming at, and I was like, what the hell? I'll see how it goes. Oh. Oh, you don't use a cargo scanner? Oh, man. I don't know. I feel like it's essential. Yeah, but if you like ISP per hour, like, I don't know. I just feel like it's, good to have. As long as you're failing the bad cans, yeah, but I generally I don't want to say I don't fail. I generally don't fail. There's. Oh, you. There. Okay. I've gotten pretty good at not failing. So, gotten pretty good at not failing, which is obviously important. Yeah, no, I fail the shitty ones, but you don't know if they're shitty or not until you get a cargo scanner, right? You said you don't use one? So
Warp drive active.
Depends on your mood. Well, I get into a bad mood if I open one up and find out there's 0 ISK in it. And too many of those, I was like, nope. And then somebody in stream was like, get a cargo scanner. And I got one, and I was like, how do people live without this? Cherish that one piece of carbon from that one piece of carbon, yeah. You know what I wish you could do? Is somehow have these marked that you've already been to this system. You don't keep flying back and forth. I haven't memorized these systems yet, so. Although what I used to do when I first started doing this is I just open up the map, click somewhere, and then just start going from one place to the next, and I just open up all the cosmic signatures along the way. That's how I kind of got around it. Oh no, not an ad break already. Fuck. Fucking ads. There's an extension for that, by the way. Fixes that problem. We hype. Wait, what is it? What is we hype? I saw somebody else with that in their screen title. I don't actually know what that is. Oh, I'm not an Eve partner, dude. Yeah. No, not yet. In the Eve category, I don't get enough viewers as of yet. One day, but not yet. So all the ISK that I make, like for giveaways, I gotta do that myself. So we're pushing towards that. And that's why I'm trying to build up like ways to make ISK. Like I want to check out the industry stuff and see how, if I can make money doing that, like making items on the side while I'm doing this, and also the planetary industry stuff. See if I can start, you know, making enough ISK per day to start doing some giveaways. But we got to figure that stuff out. That's another thing on my list of things to try to learn. Oh, I didn't check it. Oh, an 11 million canister. I guess we'll do that one. You know, I guess we'll do that one. Fuck off. Down here somewhere. Not fuck me. All right, don't screw this one up. All right. Is there a hotkey to orbit? That would actually be kind of handy. I want to get everything down on hotkeys. I'm tired of like, I'm not used to having to like mouse click on stuff. Like seems like this game was built to mouse click. Come on, man. It's Q? I'll have to check that out. Oh wait, I started here. I did the wrong one. Fuck. I think I did the wrong one. Yeah. Over here. There. No, for orbit. To orbit. That's what I'm looking for. Is W? Oh, it did. I gotta move these target things again. Thank you very much. See, look at that. That's the great thing about being a streamer is you have friendly people that'll come in and they'll help you out. The Eve community's been super friendly, man. Like, they really enjoying my time streaming Eve. Especially with the viewers and stuff. W is orbit. Okay. Q is approach, W orbit, keep at range. Oh, it's all in a line. That actually makes some sense. You poop. I think it's up here. There it is. Oh, I didn't check that one. That was only like 300,000. Okay, so I can click on it. Q is approach, W is orbit. How about dragging the probe box around on the... Hold on a second. I think I just need to bump them up a little bit. That's all. Wait, did I, hold on. Not doing that one. Dragging a probe. Oh, this. Sorry, this probe menu? Probe box. Oh, this probe box, yes. You can change it to the other mouse button. Oh, dude, you know how many times like I've been like, man, this fucking... That is so helpful. Actually, how do I move this? These things again? Oh, wait. Did you just do that? Oh, I don't know that I want them that far. Oh, wait. I don't want them there. That's probably... I like that. There. That now I can... We'll see if that works better, but... I like everything to kind of be in like one area. Same as all my information stuff is over on the right-hand side. That's why I moved them from the top right here. Whoops. That's why I moved them from there. Yeah, you're talking about this here, right? I think. The target. Oh, this over here? Passive scan module. I don't know which one's the... I don't see one named passive scan module. There's probably, like, that's a term I haven't heard before. I'm not sure which is the passive scan module. I think, are you talking about down passive scan module? In your modules next to... Jeez. Okay, scanners here. So these modules here, yeah? What's this? And range... I need to upgrade this, apparently. I think you mean this, but it's not called... I don't see one that's called passive rangefinder. I don't know. Oh, is this it? Okay. Hold on. I'm getting like... Okay, this one here. Yes. Okay, what did you want me to do it? Oh, is it not active? I just followed somebody's build for this ship. Okay. Oh. Oh, they just moved. Can I make it so that they stay there? Oh, I see. Oh, I thought this was attached to this. Ah. Thank you. That is really... I thought this was part of this button here. I didn't realize it was for this. Very helpful. Thank you. See, look, I learn something new every time I play this game. Thank you so much, man. That, Okay, they still appeared down here though. Like how do I get it to them to stop doing that? Is it because this is too low or oh, you know what? I think I understand why. I think I understand why. Hold on. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I moved them and then I moved that. If I move this now, there. Okay. So that will hopefully fix it. Oops. Okay, he was orbit, right? No, approach. Okay, why is W not orbiting? Like the target is clicked, so why is it not orbiting? On, oh, I'm pressing W. I'm pressing W over and over again. Need to click on it here? Okay, instead of right clicking. Oh, you can just do that too, right? I gotta get used to using that actually. I gotta get used to using that. This is very different targeting than I'm used to in World of Warcraft. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your help, guys. That was 55,000 ISK. Okay, so just click on it. W is approach. Or is it gonna... Oh, I forgot to target. You guys are saying like that. That's what I need to maybe get used to doing. Here, I'm gonna fix this while I'm here, while I'm doing this. Here, I think. No. Oh, you can right click. I didn't even know you could do this. Oh, that's fantastic. You can just right click on. Oh man, that. You know what I will say about this game is it is organized very well. Like you can do stuff like that that just makes sense. I didn't even know that you could do it because I'd never tried it before. But then when you tried it, it's like, oh, of course they'd let you do that. Instead of having to click it in open space, it just... And W for orbiting. Orbiting. Okay, I'm doing relics. Okay. Now I can get used to all my hotkeys and stuff too. Also, one of the only... Yeah, I've been meaning to play EVE Online, dude, for 20 years. I played some other very, like... I don't know what term you want to use for them. Very rough, like, PvP games in the past. I loved Ultima Online, Shadowbane, stuff like that. And I'd always meant to try EVE Online, but I got so buried in playing World of Warcraft that I just didn't play it. And for years, I was like, man, I really want to give EVE Online a go. And probably maybe 5 or 6 years ago, I got an account and like learned how to mine an asteroid or something. But I fell into that whole like, oh man, this is just too impossible. The tutorial was garbage. Like, I didn't have anyone to play with, and so I tried it for like 2 hours and then just gave up on it. Anyways, I this time I was like, no, I'm gonna learn this fucking game one way or the other. And here we are, having really shitty luck here. Yeah, we found it. There. Oh, we got lucky here. We got lucky here. Exactly, it's a skill issue. I have too much skill. Okay, so approach. All right. Man, this is like... It's little quality of life thing there. That's nice. Malcolm Lionel, what's up, man? Welcome back. Trying to fix your sleep schedule then? Yes. But no, I got up a little early today, but I'm going to try and make today a day where I do the 2 streams a day again. So we'll see how I feel. I got to force myself to get off this game after like a 5-hour stream, though. Like, have to force... Oh, man. Has to be over here. Yeah, no, I woke up a little early, like 5 o'clock in the morning or something. That's a little earlier than I'd like to be doing this at. Okay, why did this not disappear? Like they're all done, right? Yeah, there it goes. Anyways. So yeah, I have to force myself off of the game, and then I'll go to the gym and I'll come back and I'll do here, I'm just gonna do it the way I used to do it, and I'll be damned. Like, no, because then I'll probably go out of our space, and I'll get myself in trouble. Is to look at customized overviews. Well, what you guys can't see is I actually play on an ultra wide. So I deliberately put a lot of that information off to the side of the screen, so certain, you know, people can't see it. And then I just play in the advantage of having a ultra wide. Yeah, that's why you can't see. Yeah, that's where my real D scan is. And a lot of the information I was told to keep off the list. Now I understand that this warp drive thing, I've actually got a like I can blur that out. There. You're gonna take a nap, alright. See you later, man. Have a good one. But to be honest, I don't mind if people know where I'm at. If they come and kill me, it's just content. I'm not worried about losing shit, so.
Warp drive active.
By clicking the toggles above the search bar. Oh, yeah, but Malcolm, I'd like to see that. So, I guess I could do that for when, I didn't know that, actually. Why don't I see people do that? Yeah, when I'm, like, selecting to warp somewhere, you guys can't see where I'm going. Someone wants to find me, they can probably do it anyways, so. But I also like this. One of the reasons why I like it the way I've got it now is because I think it looks better for streaming. You don't have all this, like, pictures all over the place and blurry shit, and I just think it aesthetically it looks better. I don't know, maybe you guys disagree, especially those of you that are wanting to stream snipe. But I think it just looks better to have more. I mean, I can have the another option is that I can just play in ultra wide mode. But some people, they don't like that because it just looks weird on stream unless you have an ultra wide monitor. Then people are like, "Oh, that like if you watch a stream, you have an ultra wide monitor and they're streaming in ultra wide, it's a whole new like level of enjoyment." So, whoops. I think this song was requested by Mike.
Active.
Mike, did you request this? I feel like this is a Mike request. Joker. I can't hit the high notes, otherwise I'm sure I would have a job. Should I put it in your banger list for you? I also did stuff like this. Like I know you can see it from here. I've actually got a blur for that as well. So like I can turn on a blur just for the name here, but I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, forget it. Like, let's just go. If somebody kills me, it's because I wasn't paying attention, and I've got to learn. Right? I should be getting used to watching my local. I should be out. There's like lots of things I need to be doing. Every death is a learning experience. Sing along to Maroon 5 Sugar? Why would you want me to punish you for me getting 5 subs? Is that what you're saying? EC 300 sacrifice to the rogue drone problem is not one. I don't even know what that means. Oh, what is the best way? I don't know what I know they're drones, but I don't know what ECM drones do. What is it? Electric combat? I don't know. Did I go down too fast? I think I did. Countermeasures. Oh, we may have found a wormhole here, boys. We may have found a wormhole. Those drones can jam. Oh, I haven't even gotten into like PvP. I've hardly done any PvE, guys. Like I need to get into that. Right now, like I said, I'm trying to figure out how to raise my ISK per day. I need to like sit down and actually try and figure out like the industry stuff so I can figure out like what I can do to make items and then sell them on the marketplace to make money that way, because that's something that can be being made while I'm doing other stuff. Like it's another residual source of income, right? So that's kind of like the another thing I want to do. But I don't know where to start at the moment for that, and sure any YouTube video that I watch might be outdated. So they're like the I'm kind of into like I don't it's not that I'm into them, it's for some reason I've been reading up on them a lot, like the fighter jets that are built around the world. And there was a there's a Canadian who's a former fighter jet pilot, actually. So I asked him like his take on certain jets, and then he started listing off all the jets that he'd flown before, and it was quite an impressive list. But we were talking about the electronic countermeasures that the Gripen E has. And he said that the Gripen E is basically like an electronic warfare beast. Like other planes can't lock onto its target because of its jamming system, and it can actually, its system can actually find stealth targets. So it's quite an impressive little beast, apparently. Those, you know those Swedes. You know those Swedes, right? Like they're pretty whoops. I was gonna make a joke that they are warmongering. Only the Swedes would build such a thing. But you know, some people wouldn't understand that that was a joke.
Warp drive active.
From what I understand, the Su-57, it's not very agile either. Like that's one of the huge advantages of the Gripen E is it's extraordinarily agile, but it's an electronic warfare like beast. So it's not considered a what are they called? Class 5 or whatever they're called. jet because it doesn't have stealth itself, but the stealth fighters like have an enormously difficult time fighting against it because it just jams their systems and can actually detect the stealth fighters. Oh, you. Start with planetary. Malcolm. I've got planetary industry running, and my planets for this character just finished last night. But I'm waiting for all the other ones. I did them over the course of 2 days. I'm waiting for the other ones to finish as well, and I'm a little disappointed with the yield. Like, I think I only made like 12 million in 1 day, or in the 2 days that I set it on for. So, like, between 6 characters, I was only... What was I making? 256 million ISK over the course of a week. Does that sound really low for 6 characters? I don't know, it just sounded, like, low to me. So you do it in a wormhole. Are there ships? Yeah, but the wormhole closes, though. What happens when it closes? I didn't even think of... No, not on... No, dude, I'm on 2 accounts. If I could make you said 100 million a day on... Yeah, but doesn't the wormhole still close on you, though? Like... Hold on, what... Oh, okay, so the wormholes persist their connection. So I could put my 5 alts into a wormhole then and just leave them there. That's what you're suggesting. Reports you could live in. You know what? I'm not gonna say he's another streamer that I know. The Shad Squatch. I've gotten to know him, and I think his corporation lives in a wormhole. I applied to it, but they rejected me. Is that I was too much of a noob. Wait, what did... There we go. What? Like, I didn't... Oops. I was still wet behind the ears. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Like, I totally understand a lot of corporations are not going to be friendly towards having to teach people how to play the game. But the nullsec corp that I got into seems to be really friendly, so they've been very helpful. I've just got to start joining, like, for PvP. That's what I'm really looking forward to, but I want to be able to, like, do some serious bankrolling. Get these all out of the way, I guess. Fuck me.
For the Horde!
Hey, stay safe. How's it going, man? I saw I was lurking in your channel a little bit yesterday. Well, yesterday, the day before, you were back to playing WoW. I usually catch you on YouTube. How are you doing, old man? Thank you very much for the sub. I hadn't seen you stream on Twitch in ages, though. Are you gonna play TBC, or are you just dicking around? Break from work. Hope life is life is all right. Looking for a job again, but I'm not worried about it at this moment. I'll find something soon. I've got, you know, lots of things I could be doing, so. But I've just kind of streaming and getting ready for the holidays, I guess. So. Anyway, well, these days I haven't either. I actually opened my account. I resubscribed, I don't know, like 2 or 3 weeks ago because I was like, okay, a couple of other people had told me that they would want to maybe play TBC, and I had no interest in playing WoW at this time, and I was like, okay, I'll maybe level an alliance character to 60, and in about an hour of playing, I was regretting my decision. So, I'm really enjoying EVE Online, though, man. This is a tough game. This is the hardest MMO I've ever played. And it's just the amount of knowledge you need in order to play this game. I'm really enjoying it, but it can be frustrating at times. How's your, if you're still here, how's your new place? I know you moved, so. Moved to another state. There are groups that specialize in EVE University. You know what? I was in EVE University, and I guess because of the time I played, there didn't seem to be anyone online that was very helpful as far as like learning stuff. That's kind of the purpose of their corporation, right? So I started looking for a different corporation, and somebody told me to try this group. Perfect for a guy like you, huh? You can hide away from people and, is that what you mean? Or you just... Oh, come on. Where are we going here? This is like, it's right here. It's gonna be right there, isn't it? Conservative area? The most conservative area? I wouldn't know, actually. But... I think last time we spoke, you were talking about, I don't know if it was to move to Germany or if it was to visit. I can't remember. I remember you were learning German. It's been many, many years since I've spoken German, so... Not fail. Ha, we hacked it. Yeah, I think I mentioned that I lived in Germany for a short period of time when I was in high school. I enjoyed my time there. I don't know that I mean, the weather and stuff is very similar to where we live, but I thought about moving to Italy, though. But that wouldn't be till retirement. But I was supposed to go to Italy in September. But the company that I was working for, they decided to be nice, and they told me 2 days before I was supposed to go that they were going to have to let me go. You've been to Italy? Yeah, I was supposed to go for 6 weeks. I had a 6-week trip all planned. Everything. My Airbnbs, like everything. And they called me in and basically said, listen, we got to let you go, and we want to let you know before you decide to go spend. It was going to be in the neighborhood of like 7,000 US or something for my trip. About 10,000 Canadian. So I'm glad they told me before. I was really disappointed, but lived in Germany and now he wants to live in Italy. I'm starting to see a very interesting pattern here. No, dude, it's beautiful there, man. Beautiful. Come on. I mean, I haven't been to Italy yet, but everyone I talk to, they love it. One of my old guildmates, actually, he was somebody I played Ultima Online with in 1997. And that guild is the most close-knit group of, like, players I've ever played with. And we were ruthless in PvP for Ultima Online. And so we all kept in touch. He's like a grandfather now. He retired. He was a police officer in California. He retired and bought a it was like a little boutique hotel. It looks really nice. And I was going to stay there and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what he's done for retirement. He now owns a little boutique hotel. So I was going to go there. I was going to spend 6 weeks traveling through Italy. There'll be other times, but I'm pretty certain Italy is high on the list of possible places to settle down and retire. I'm a little tired of this this rain shit that it never used to bother me. But then I started traveling a lot, and it's like, man, I kind of like this whole like having wearing shorts and sandals in January. That's kind of nice. Kind of a nice thing. No, next is Italy. My next trip is, unless I can't get vacation time, unless I can't get vacation time, like in the appropriate time. In fact, I was supposed to go to Italy the year before, but I just started at that last company. So I was like, well, where am I going to go in January? So I went to that's why I went to, that's why I went to Asia, like to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand. I was like, where's warm in January? Oh, this is a data site. What am I doing? $643 ISK. Come on. Wasting my time here. I enjoyed all of Asia, dude. I really liked Vietnam. I didn't think, like, I wanted to go to Vietnam just to see Halong Bay. That was the whole reason I went. And I stayed in Hanoi while I was there, and I was like I seriously was like, this could be a place I could like retire to. If I was to decide to go to Asia to retire, Vietnam was like, and I was surprised how many expats I saw in Vietnam. Holy Christ, come on, man. Like, okay, I'm just gonna end this. Try again. This one, oh wait, I'm supposed to be, what am I doing? I'm supposed to be killing it anyways. A piece of crap one anyways. But yeah, I really like Vietnam. I mean, I was there in January. It was during their rainy season, but it was warm out. What's the deal with these ones where... like, can't they be, like, right near you if you, Fuck me. Piece of crap. I would have a hard time living in an Asian country, not sure how I would deal with the 24/7 diarrhea. Dude, I didn't have diarrhea the entire time I was there. The food is amazing, man. The food well, the food in Cambodia wasn't great, but the food in Vietnam and Thailand was unreal. And cheap, especially in Vietnam. Like, and everyone's so friendly, like, if you learn to say, I can't remember how to say it now, but if you learn how to say something as simple as thank you in Vietnamese, they love you. They absolutely love you. Sorry, I gotta, like, I don't want to approach. Whoops. I want to orbit. There we go. I gotta get used to the hotkeys. I'm so different than, we're doing data, and we're opening it. I need to, like, really get faster doing this. Okay, we're going up here then. Is there a hotkey for looting cargo? Hold on. I can do a search for this, right? Cargo. Cargo hold button. What is this? Oh, no, but is there a hotkey for it? I know where it is. Okay. It's just use the. I'm so used to using hotkeys for like everything. There. Radial. There we go. It's, you see that sensor eye? The radial wheel. We did it. Okay, and we will orbit wheel that thing. Did you see that? We will orbit we orbit wheeled that. And this isn't worth shit either, so we're gonna hit the hotkey, get through this. Trying to multitask here so we can get through this faster.
Drive active.
Loot all is the D. Oh, is it the okay, dude? Look at all these, like all this information. All this information. Why do I hold on? I'm gonna just do 4 because I thought I started at 8. Hey guys, there's an ad break starting. I do them once an hour just so we get them over with. If you want to stick around, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, it's a 3-minute ad break so we can get rid of them, get them all done at one time. Go take a piss, grab a bite to eat, whatever you want to do. You have a node that has 6 edges leading away from it? Yeah, I've looked at the rule of 6, so I've just got to get used to implementing it. Like, I know if there's a defensive system in the middle, that means that the core is right beside there. So... yeah, I've so much information, man, that it, you know, and it's not just a matter of like taking it in; it's actually like getting used to it being muscle memory and just knowing, right? Did that not go? The hell? So yeah, there's probably things people have told me like 5 times, and like I'll forget 4 times, but the 5th time I'll remember. It's like, oh wait, yeah, you're right. Thank you. I forgot to stealth myself. I need to get the buzzard, man. That I need to I've got the training for it now, I think. I need to actually like go get one. I can fly stealth or in cloak, I guess they call it. You see that? We orbited it. Sure, two of them right side by side. That's fantastic. A third restoration one. Fuck, I meant to hit this one. Okay, so we can just open cargo. Let's enter. Oh man, that see? Little thing to know helps. Whoops. If we can, not gonna do that one. What is with these low-ass cargo containers? All right, where are we going here? Here, right? These cargo containers have all like been the same amount. Wait, it's W, right? I gotta get used to turning that thing off. I don't, and it's just like, I just ricochet right off of it. Feel like it could be there. Whoops. It's here. Want to wait on Buzzard? Astero and Metamorphosis are a good option. I have a Metamorphosis, actually. A viewer gave me one. But I was scared to take it out because it was, I wouldn't be so scared now, but I actually have one. But I think it's parked in Jita. But now I've learned to make enough ISK that I could just buy one and it wouldn't be a problem. That's another thing I have to learn how to do, though. I have to learn how to, what's the word? Equip the ship. You know, like, that I haven't done. I've just, like taken somebody else's and used that. Fitting, yes. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to the chat as well, by the way. So that's I mean, there's so many different things that I need to learn to do. I need to, like, one day just break away from doing this and go learn how to do that. Like, I still need to learn the industry stuff and what can make me some ISK. That is the next thing I really need to learn. Like, what can I, like, focus on making that people will buy that will make me money? That's what I need to get better at that, or I need to learn that. So far, I've just been doing this and then selling everything. That's basically what I've been doing. Whoops. Fuel blocks. Okay, so I make the what are they called? I make coolant now, but I'm like making, I'm very disappointed with how much my 6 characters are making a week. It looks like I'm making like 250 million ISK a week. Does that sound right, or does that sound extremely low? Like, I want to get that set up so that I can just like leave it and go on to other stuff. Maybe I have to go spend some time on the looking at the market and finding like some like really good blueprints or something. And just find a couple of blueprints that make bank and
Warp drive active.
just start making stuff on the side. I gotta watch some of these guys that do this. Like, this is what they do, just to kind of see what I can do to improve my speed on these things. Hold on. Oh, you piece of crap. Where are we going here? 4. Now I'm like... Ah, fuck. I feel like I have to go through here. Oh, I need a heal. I'm not gonna get it. Fuck it. Try again. Depends on location. 6 million a character per day is decent. Your corporation may have a... Oh, okay. That's I'm making about 6 million is per day. Actually, I think one of them I'm making like 7 or 8 million or something. So maybe I should be happy with that. I just figured that was low. I guess it's free money, right? Or free ISK. So it's free ISK. Make copies from save experience of BPOs. You can also get BPO copies of contract to save. Yeah, I'm gonna have to learn all that. That was a lot to take in. So that I can make a copy of a contract and use that. Do I have to do that every time I make something? Uh, I think I buggered this one. Didn't. We got it. We ain't bad for passive work. If you include the active thing like hacking, you can easily make 50 million a day without much. Oh, from hacking? I mean, I make 100 million a day easy from hacking. I mean, I'm almost at 100 million already since I started, so. But yeah, we're gonna have to. We are going to have to learn the next thing, the industry stuff, and get that rolling as well. Cause if I can start making money doing that, then I can really start focusing on losing ISK with ships. What is with all of these? Come on. Close to $1 billion a week. Is that a lot? Like, I was watching the Mad Rambo, and I think he said that he makes like 20 something billion a month on PI. And I was like, what? So he must have a lot of accounts, or maybe there's something I'm just not, okay. Something I'm not doing. I could also get faster at doing this. Like, I can see how, like, I had that one hit. Oh, it's here. We found it. Like, I had that one hit yesterday that was like, I got 860 million off of one ghost site. Like, I was shaking. I told people this story earlier. I had my first, like, ghost site in a wormhole or whatever, and I got 860 million ISK between 2 canisters. I was shaking when I looted the first one. It was 636 million. I took a screenshot of it. 636 million ISK off of one canister, and then the other one had 240 something. I was like, so yeah, it was I was shaking like I could barely move my hands, like like it's like I'm used to doing PvP. It was like I don't get the shakes when I'm PvPing. But when I had that much, I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And then I had to get back to the station as well. I was like, oh my god, what is going on here?
Warp drive active.
I am in Goon Space, yeah, and nullsec, I guess. I was originally in. Well, I tried to get into EV University, but I don't think my application. Maybe I did it wrong. But I was in the channel, like the EV University channel, and I guess just the times that I was playing at, there just seemed to be nobody on. So I'd ask questions and there wouldn't be anyone really on to answer. So I was in somebody else's chat. I think it was in I can't remember. So I think it was the Mad Rambos actually, and a bunch of like 4 or 5 people were like, "Oh, go into they suggested this corporation," and I was like, "Okay, we'll try that one and see how it goes." And everybody's been really friendly, you know. Yeah, there's always somebody online, even like super late at night. I gotta get into PvP though, because, you know. Gotta get into PvP. I want to experience that, but. Well, I've got a total of 5 characters, but only one that I'm really playing. The rest of them are just farming skill points for me right now. So that I can, like, buy, like, use them for skill injectors, basically. That's the idea. $18 billion since March on PI for Milan. And chatting and court mates. The fact that I make ISK passively frees me from doing what I enjoy. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Is I'm trying to make enough ISK. That's why I want to get into the industrial stuff, so I can just set the implant or the thing to build stuff, and then put it on the market and sell it and make money. Like stuff that can be done in the background, right? You just got to do maintenance work on it every once in a while. That's the idea. Okay, press that, press W. Now it's orbiting. Oh, you fuckers. Between these two. Alright, there we go. I don't so much, only playing one character? Oh, you mean like me? Like, yeah, I do my dailies on all 6 of my characters. I try to make sure I do them every day. I might miss 1 day a week or something, but I'm basically gonna just use them to buy skill. And I think you can, like, I can take the skill points off of them and apply them to my main. I think that's the idea. Okay, Malcolm, that is way too much for me to even think about at the moment. I can't imagine how much that takes. Although maybe once I get used to, like, I'm a little bit more organized, maybe I can do that then. But holy crap. It'll be down here, right? That just seems like too much work. Seems like too much work. Eventually, I want to learn how some of these guys do like these huge mining things and stuff like that. Like on stream the other day, I came across some gas site or whatever, and I had someone in chat that was helping me out. That was like, "Hey," he formed a fleet with me so he could go huff the gas. I didn't know how to do it, and then he gave me a finder's fee for it. And I'm like, dude, I wouldn't even have known how to do it. Like, but he transferred the ISK to me. He wouldn't give me a choice. It's nice of him, but I have to learn how to do ISK huffing as well. Or sorry, gas huffing, because I have no idea what I'm doing. A lot on pickup day and stocking factories day once a month. So you only stock stuff once a month? Dude, it just seems like it's too many characters to do all at one time. That's all. Maybe after I get used to doing the 6 characters that I have, I'll be like, okay, I've got time to do more. But I just don't want to have to pay for a third account. That's primary, or one of the main reasons, right? Then I would feel obligated to have to do the dailies on those extra 3 characters, you know, and so. Feel like it's over here. Nope, I was wrong. Oh, what? I didn't even want to open that one. That's why I have this open, is to tell me if I just started doing this like a few ago. I was like, leave it open so you remember. Leave it open so you remember. And I went, oh, well, it's practice. Evo preview. What is that? Hey, actually, there was something I meant to ask you guys about. I saw some video where you can play Eve on your phone. What's it called? Hold on. Yeah, how to play anywhere. There's some. It's by Captain Benzie. I just learned of this guy. He's got a video of how to play EVE on your phone. And what is Evo preview? Wait, we want to keep that open. I'm gonna have to watch the video because I was actually thinking we could watch a video. We've still gotta continue on with. For those of you that are new here, we've been watching the Down the Rabbit Hole. We finished part 2 last stream. Whoops, and I said I would do an hour each stream. So we can watch an hour of that as well, but. That number of accounts I have, Wait, what? You can share the mission? I've been doing like the 3 jumps and then either the scanning one or the make an item one. That's what I've been doing to get through them. I get through 6 characters in about 20 minutes, maybe? We're gonna go do a drop quickly. We're gonna go do a drop. Oh, there's a wormhole though here. Go take a peek at the wormhole. I don't want to come all the way back here if it's one that I can't even like pick stuff in. Earn the 50 LP one. I run a level 3 or 4 distribution mission. I don't even know how to do that. Okay, that's just going somewhere else. Okay, so now I don't feel so bad that we're gonna go back to
Warp drive active.
from 3 distribution missions and claiming second reward. Oh, I just always do this. What I've done is I've left my 5 other alts at one of the starter stations, like Arcanus or whatever. Hold on, Ollie. What's the name of it? This one here, Arcanus, because it has like 10 of the training what are they called? Signatures. It's got like 10 of the training cosmic signatures out of it. So I just leave my characters parked in there. If the dailies make an item, then I just make an item in the station with like the ore that I've mined. And then I just go outside the station. Like I'll do like 2 scans. That'll because they're training ones. It'll pop like 5 of them. Then I go back into the station, rinse and repeat on all 6 characters. I'm doing like 2 of them at a time, right? So yeah, I just leave those 5 characters there. And now that they've all got PI set up in Goon's space, I just use the clone or the what is it where I kill myself? Anyways, I just go to my home station, and then when I'm done doing my PI, I just immediately teleport or go back to the station with my clone bay. That's why I do it every 2 days, because my clone is only good every 2 days, right? That's the idea behind that. I didn't even think about I feel like you can scan 5 items in those training stations faster than you could do a mission though. And literally I go out and it takes like 30 seconds and I'm done it.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I have Evo preview. Organalan, thank you very much for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I do have Eve preview, but I'm never running 2 accounts. I thought I would. I thought I would be like, you know, I would set the other one to do some mining or something like that, and I probably will eventually when I get a little bit more competent. At the game. Like where I can just put it in. I was thinking yesterday that I would tow it along. Like with this character, and if I found some gas sites, the other character would be on like a gas huffing ship. That's what I thought I might do. Again, just another way to try and make a little bit more ISK. And do some giveaways. You're always mining in high security place. I could be doing that, but I don't really know. I don't really know that how much mining like dense Veldspar or whatever it's called is really bringing in. But I guess it's bringing in more than nothing, right? Like I've got ventures that are just I could just go park them in a place and. Not much at all. Yes, more than nothing. So, I mean, I guess I could be doing that. What I was planning on doing, actually, is having, like, this character that I'm on now, I was planning on having being, like, my PvP character. It's going to be the one training all the PvP stuff. And then the main on the other account would be primarily doing this stuff that I'm doing. Wait, you can mine moons? I did not know that, actually. You can mine a moon? I wonder how much is per hour I could mine, just mining Veldspar. And just leaving it there, right?
Warp drive active.
Use a shuttle and put moons on overview. For those of you that are new, oh, I left it on ultra wide. Usually this is how I play, but I was showing people earlier that I play on an ultra wide, and I do have moons on overview over here. What view do you guys prefer? Be honest. Do you prefer it like this, or do you prefer it like this? Those are your only 2 options. You like ultra wide or do you like this? Tucked in or tucked out? Yeah. What do you guys like? Like I like I mean I originally was like had this, but I had all the like all the blurred shit and stuff, and I just kind of was like, I don't know if I like the blurred stuff on the screen all over the place. So do you like this, which is ultra wide? If you watch streams on ultra wide, you're going to like ultra wide. Period. That's just the way it is. I thought that was a ship that just flew by me. Scared the hell out of me. I mean, if people prefer this way, then I'm just going to start streaming in ultra wide because, you know, it looks pretty. Hold on, I want to make sure that this is a bad one. I closed it by accident. Some people don't like it like this because it's hard to read. Is understandable. Unless you're on an ultra wide. Like I said, if you're on an ultra wide, you will like. I promise you guys, if you guys ever think about getting an ultra wide, just get one. It is a game changer for like making the games look pretty. Oh wait, I don't have that. What do you mean, how do I ultra wide? Like, how do I play ultra wide? It's just a wider monitor. It's 21 by 9 instead of 16 by 9, right? So it just looks like, aesthetically, it just looks pretty. So like what you're seeing right now is what I see because I've got much more space, but this is the amount of space that a normal 1080p monitor has, which is what most streamers have, right? And normally you would see everything on this screen, but I deliberately put it off to the side so that people can't see certain things that, you know, some streamers don't want viewers seeing. But if people prefer this view, then I'll just stream in ultra wide so that people that have ultra wides, they can watch it in ultra wide mode and it just looks way better. Looks way better. Oh, come on. I need some health. Oh, I can almost do it. Oh, I don't think I'll get it with just this. Oh, I did. Woohoo. So you like it like this? Is that what you're saying, Malcolm? Malcolm, are you watching on ultra wide or 1080p, like 4K or something like that? Oh, you are watching. Okay, so if I actually streamed it all, I don't know how it looks like on. Actually, I guess I can check. Let me see what it looks like on my other monitor. I've got 2 ultra wide, so. Oh, 16:9 is a 1080p. Oh, 16:9 is a 1080p. Hold on, you be quiet. Oops. Yeah, that. You know what? Maybe I'll just go back to streaming in 4K would be good enough. I mean, 4K. Whoops. 4K looks like, I guess maybe slightly better. Like most people, I don't even think can tell the difference between 4K and 2K. It's a very minor. But I don't think they have ultra wide 4K monitors, and I don't know how a freaking video card would be able to handle that, anyways. You know, some people, you got kind of a choice to make. Would you like 4K or do you want ultra wide? To me, I prefer ultra wide, but some people, they're like, oh, 4K is way better, but I think the difference between 4K and 2K is so minimal, but having that extra real estate on your monitor is just worth it. Joe lost. No, we're not quite as girthy as you are, sir. We are not that girthy. Welcome, Mr. Joe Lost. You guys should all know who he is. If you don't, you need to go follow Mr. Joe Lost. I didn't see you streaming this morning. I was looking to see if you were streaming this morning, but I haven't seen you on. I don't think I saw you on yesterday either. 3.5K. What hertz are you running at? You've been working on stuff? Oh, these stuff? That stuff? Okay, we'll leave. Whoa, I've never seen this color before. What is this? Whoops, that's because that's not a wormhole. Where's the wormhole here? It's a 4 or 5 wormhole. I apparently can't do anything in there, right?
Warp drive active.
Oh, Joe, I am running. We were talking about this before. So this is me running in 1080p. I'm actually doing my stream in 1080p. Remember we were talking about this? So this is the stuff off. You can see the difference between the stuff off to the side. But these guys are saying that they actually prefer look like watching it in ultra wide anyways. So I might just go back to just streaming it all in ultra wide like this. They're saying that they or is that what I'm understand? Angel Base. Oh, I think I must have scanned that earlier.
Drive active.
So yeah, what I might do then is I might just start streaming in ultra wide, because I think there's enough people now where they're watching. They've got people are learning what we've already learned. Joe Loss is that ultra wide is way nicer than in my opinion, is way nicer than a 4K 16:9 monitor. To me, like a 2K ultra wide monitor is way better to watch stuff on than a 4K 16:9 monitor. In my opinion. You lose the pro viewers. Yeah, but I can move that. I can move that out. Like I deliberately have other stuff on the side that, you know, people are like, "Oh, you don't want people knowing that because they'll stream snipe you." But I cannot tell you how many hundreds of times I've been stream sniped over the years that I've done, and it just doesn't bother me anymore. It's just like it's content. And sometimes it's the funniest content. Let's okay. What we were talking earlier, Joe. What I need to learn next is how to do the blueprints and how to maximize like making ISP by making items to sell. That's what I need to learn next. I've got my planetary industry stuff running. People in the chat said that I'm making 6 million a day off my per character. That's about what I should expect. I was disappointed by that. I thought it'd be a lot more, but apparently 6 million per day per character is pretty decent, or is average, whatever. Remember, in my opinion, to keep ship in frame, very easy to zoom out and lose what the game is about. Yeah, 6 million is per day. It doesn't seem like enough. I was like, this seems disappointing. No worries. No worries. That's not good. Okay, what should I be able to get around Okonunaka? In your opinion?
Warp drive active.
It's just coming from me making. I'm on like gas and is it storm? Gas and storm plants, I think, and I'm making coolant. P0 to P2. I'm making coolant on each of the 6 planets, basically. I think that's what I'm. Like here, I'll show you actually. Here, let me go invis here. Planet. Yeah, on PI. Sorry, is that so here's like, I'll show you planet. I've got them set to 2-day cycles. So this is done. And it's making it made 12.2 million ISK over 2 days. So 6 million a day, roughly. Oh, so is that AI? You're Jordan. What's up, man? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Is that considered okay then, or? I've just started like PI. I've like literally just started. I had to bang my head like a lot in order to get through it, but we got through it. And whoops.
Skill training completed.
Let me we gotta find another place to go. Your hello and thanks. How new or to relatively new. I've learned how to do exploration. I created the account months ago, but I never played. I just set up my training, and then I couldn't play. I couldn't really game for a few months. So I've now recently come back. I've joined a nullset corporation. I've basically jumped into it, and I'm like, okay. People told me to get into Karma Fleet because they can teach me how to play the game. And then I learned how to do wormholes very quickly. Exploration, because somebody said that's where you can make some really good ISK. So I started doing that. And now I'm trying to branch out and learn other ways to make ISK. PI, I banged my head against, my screen basically for 2 days till I finally got it and set up all 6 of my planets. And now I'm looking to expand and figure out other ways to make ISK. No, I use templates. I'm not I understand how not using templates work, but no, I watched a video, learned how to use templates, and yeah. Supposed to pay better than 6 million per day based on what other players have said I've heard from. But how much more can I expect? Like if I should be making like 20 million ISK a day or 50 million ISK a day or something like that, maybe I got to look at moving my stuff. But if it's only marginally better, then maybe I won't worry too much about it just yet. $6 to 10 million a day is the peak. Oh, is it? Oh, well then we're doing well. I'm producing P2. I'm producing coolant, so I'm producing from P0 to P2, is what it said. 10 to 15 million a day. Okay, I'm definitely not making that. I'm making about 6. Okay, so so P0 to P1. Yeah, I'm producing. Okay, so I know how to change it now. So I just got to go and change the planets on all 6 characters. Or maybe not, but I know there's some planets that produce way more of the material. So yeah, I guess what I got to do is figure out how much. Like, am I producing on 5 characters and then 1? But then you'd have an uneven amount. Oh, fucking ad break. I hate these ads. Let me guys know if you guys are using a the extension, then I'll just keep talking, but... Collecting your POs across several planets, turning that into P1s. Doing space housing against Belfast. Dude, this game is so good, man. This game is so good. And Turburglar, thank you for being here 3 streams in a row, man. Appreciate that. Exporting is a lot more effort, but how much time-wise is it? Like if it's several hours, then I'm not gonna worry about it. If it's like an extra 5 minutes every 2 days, then obviously I'm gonna do it.
Warp drive active.
Whatever you want, that's your usual play. And so I would still have it on a 2-day cycle, is that what you're saying? Or would I have it on a 6-day cycle? And then use the 7th day to, All right, we found a wormhole. Let's go in. And when you say that, like, I have to actually go and collect, like, if I set it to 2 days, I would have to actually go and physically take a ship there and collect all the stuff, right? And move it? Or do I just have to, like, restart them every 2 days and then go collect it every 6 days? Because that I can do. Oh, I don't mind resetting the cycle every 2 days. That I can do. I'm, like, let's...
Warp drive active.
So I can set the cycle to be every 2 days and then just go collect it every 6 days and make even more, right? That's what you're suggesting?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, because I don't mind opening the window and just pressing start again. That seems easy to make even more. Would I fill up 30,000 cubic meters every 6 days? Like doing it on a 2-day cycle? I guess we're gonna have to change all of them. Here's a question. I guess I'll have to look around and see what planets are available. Because I know some... Yeah, actually, hold on. I'm invisible right now. Let me, let's just open up the PI stuff. So instead of going to, like, a storm... I know there's different planets have different, You guys can see this over here. So I know there's some planets that have, like a full bar of aqueous liquids. That's where I should set up, right? So set one planet to that and just collect nothing but aqueous liquids, and then another planet for, like, ionic solutions. Instead of collecting, yeah, that's, yeah, I'm gonna have to actually map this all out. Robotics, is that just make more money? Go a month between pickups, that way, I don't think so, but depends on security status of space. Lower the better. Well, I'm in nullsec, so, like, no security here. Okay, well, now that I know how to do it, I'll do this off stream because I know that some people are like, that is boring as hell to watch. I will do it off stream, but that is what I will do. But if I've got 5 characters, if they're making different types, then I'm obviously going to make a lot more of one thing than the other, right? Because I'll have one planet doing one item and the other 3 planets doing the other. So I'm gonna have an overbalance. Well, my characters do go off to. I park them there actually, and then I just self-destruct them to come here to do this shit. Although they don't even have to pick up. If I only have to pick up once a week. Oh, this is gonna be way better. This is gonna be way better then. Because if I don't have to pick, then they don't have to self-destruct and come back every 2 days. Uh-oh. We got Google Sheets now. Yeah, Eve Helper. I think I have that one. I think. Yeah, I have that one. I actually have there's another one which I think looks prettier. It's got all the planets in the picture and stuff. But I think they're the same thing. Where is it? I have this one as well. I have this one as well, which I don't know. It just looks prettier to me. But I think they're the same thing. You haven't seen this one? Hold on. Hopefully this is not like a private one for just my corporation or something. I don't think it is. I think I've seen it on YouTube videos, so I think we're good here. I think I'm so new and there's always all these rules that I'm like, should I be doing this or not? Oh, we got a gas site out here. Someone want to come huff this up? If you're in Goons? I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I think you mentioned, or someone mentioned that they were in Karma Fleet. Are you still in Goons, or are you, have you left? I gotta figure out the PvP stuff, because I know that there's a requirement, which I will normally easily make. Like, that's usually all I do. But I haven't done any yet. Yeah. But robotics, you say, huh? Or is... Oh, robotics is a P3, though. So, okay, so you want me to make... Oh, it's 4 planets. You're brilliant. It's 4 different planets. That's why you want me to make robotics. Oh, wait, but I have 6 planets to use, right? Wait, you said that robotics are used in what? It says it's used in organic mortar applications. Okay. So if I have 6 planets, one of them is going to be to actually make the robotics. right? So am I? Four of the planets are going to be used to making the 4 individual. Hold on, let me. Okay, so 4 of the planets are going to be making these individual things, right? Like the going to be farming up this crap, the base metals and all this shit. And then you're going to be taking these base metals, heavy metals, or whatever to another planet and making the everything else on there. Okay, and the P1 planets, they're making reactive metals. That's all they're doing, right? So one planet is making reactive metals, one planet's talks there. And then I have the 5th planet making robotics. And then you have one extra planet. I can maybe make, what, coolant or something? Or do I just make it more of one of these things? How many characters do I have? I have 6. So I will have a total of 6 extra characters. So what I could do is I could make 4 of those extra planets, make these all again, and then transfer those items to another character to take to his planet to make robotics. Making mechanical parts. Oh, so the 5th planet is making these 2 items. Wait, I have 6 planets though. Why? I have 6 planets, not 5. I'm a baller, man. I use the skill points to have the extra training for the 6th planet. I was like, wait, I can make more money if I can do 6 planets instead of 5. We're doing it. Whoops. Okay, so on 4 planets, am I making base metals or am I making reactive metals? I'm just making the base metals, like the this stuff here, right? Or am I going straight to here and then taking all the second stuff to the Okay, so I'm making the P1 stuff on one planet and then I'm taking all this stuff to another planet that is then making the robotics. Okay, always go from okay. Man, this is the benefit of being a streamer, man. You guys are like a wealth of information here. Okay, I got you. Okay, so you can do that with 5 planets. Now I have an extra planet on 6 different characters, so that's 6 extra planets. So what I'm going to do is I'm on each character, or on 4 of my characters, I'm going to have them. So on one, yeah, how does that work? So yeah, I'm going to use those extra planets that I have amongst 6 characters to each one of them having a different one, and then I'll just trade it off to one of my characters. I'll take it back to the station, trade it off to another character, and then when he goes to do his drop for robotics, he'll have like extra. That makes sense? Is that right? No, we're at Merc Dens. I've never even heard of Merc Dens, dude. I have no idea what they are. No idea what those are. Another structure to put up. Is it like another form of PI? AI, you're Jordan. Thank you very much, dude. Am I saying that right, or is that how you pronounce it? Air. Oh, Air, what? Air Jordan. Man. You hooked them to Skyhook. Does it take up like a planet slot or anything like that? Does it interfere with my production? Or is it something completely different from PI that I can be making money from? Which is from the game StarCraft. Oh, okay. That was I love StarCraft, the first one that came out. I never played StarCraft 2 though. Totally different. And sorry, what's it called? Merc Dens. I'm gonna have to write that down because that's I wanna been a long time since I played some StarCraft though, I'll be honest. All right, we got nothing here. Let's just wormholes. Whoops, hold on. I think this is just the one that I came in through.
Warp drive active.
We're going deeper. I have the link for Pathfinder. I haven't gotten used to using it. It's something that I will probably have to learn another day, though. To be fair, because there's so much information that gets thrown at you. Eventually, you just you just start losing it, right? So.
Warp drive active.
That's how I, like, when I first started playing the game, streaming it, like, there was so much information that was thrown at me. I'd like come back the next day and I'm like, I don't remember. And oh, fuck the fuck. It didn't drop my safety thing. That's fine. Whoops. But I do appreciate all the information that I've been getting. And you got to take it in like little chunks at a time, though. Yeah, I found that now that I'm doing that, like taking like just baby steps, the game has become a lot more fun. But like it's like every day I learn something like some quality of life stuff, like you know, something as small as like learning that I could hotkey like the because I'm used to like I don't like the mouse clicking stuff. I come from WoW where you hotkey everything. So having stuff like where you got to like click on stuff, like it's, or like mouse clickers, I guess we call them, but little things like that, or that, you know, I can like how to scan or loot stuff faster, or you know, like just little things like that, or you know, just what you guys have just shown me now. It's some game changing stuff, and then you just kind of build upon that and keep going. Yeah, I've seen the meme before. I've actually have been talking with some other content creators about producing a proper video on like a proper video to explain EVE Online to non-EVE players. And I'm not talking about the video This Is EVE. I'm talking about a video that like shows examples of EVE Online, but explains it in terms that traditional MMO players can understand. Like, for people that have never played EVE Online, they don't think of EVE Online as this game where there's questing and raiding and stuff like that. They look at it as a game where you create a character, you log in, you leave your station, you immediately get ganked by dozens of people that are just sitting there killing people, and you lose everything and basically die, and that's it. Like, that is literally how I'd say 80 or 90% of the traditional MMO players think of EVE Online. They don't realize that there's all this extra stuff in the game. So, talking to a few other creators about, hey, we need to, like, explain this in terms... Like, when I'm doing this on stream, if one of my WoW's viewers, most of which won't watch me play this, like, they're just not interested. But when I explain that what I'm basically doing is treasure hunting, they're like, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah, I'm treasure hunting. That's basically all I'm doing right now. I'm looking for treasure. And then I explain, like, I'm searching for these anomalies, and I tell them, imagine you're on, you know, the Enterprise, and the science officer is like, we have a anomaly off of the port bow or whatever. And Captain Picard is like, oh, let's go look at it. So now I'm scanning it down to find out what it is. Does it have treasures in there? I'm treasure hunting. And then they're like, ah, okay, that's different. Now I understand it. But if you don't play the game and you saw this, you'd be like, what the hell is he doing? There's no video out there that really gives a quick explanation of all these aspects of the game that it has that traditional MMO players are used to having. Hey, in World of Warcraft, you're able to go gather resources like herbs and copper ore and all that stuff. Guess what? We've got that. There's the same shit in EVE Online. There's the same shit in EVE Online. And then they're like, oh. Same as like they think there's just ruthless PvPing everywhere. I don't think I've been killed by another player in over like a week. You know, I'm in a nullsec corp. It's, you know, and then they also think that when you get killed, you die and you lose everything. I mean, it's not like that. It's basically the same thing as if you're in PvP and WoW and you use a health pot. Like, forgotten I can't do. You know, like you're using a health pot. That's the equivalent of what you've just lost, right? It's not this game ending or, you know, thing that just happened to you. You don't have to, like, worry that, you know. The bigger annoyance is that you get sent back to your station and you have to grab another ship. Nullsec is, here, I'll show you. Mavo, for example, is one of my WoW viewers who actually watches my streams and... So let me, So, this here is Azeroth, Mavo. All of this space, okay? This area over here, I'll put it in 2D so it looks maybe a little bit easier. Roughly this area here is like your high security areas. So there's really high security areas, which is basically where you can get killed there, but people generally don't kill you there because there's this, what's it called? There's a corporation that it's basically like guards in Stormwind or something like that. Like you'll get killed very quickly if you try and raise any shit. And so imagine that's like this area here, and then there's a little bit of a larger area which is called low sec. So the area where there's a ton of guards is high sec, and then there's an area where there's less security, but you can still get into trouble, which is called low sec. So it has some guards, and then there's null sec, which basically means there's no guards, and that's kind of like the outer area, like outside of this area here. Right? So that's basically what nullsec is. And nullsec is basically owned territory by these large alliances and corporations. And this area here, where there's all these green things, that's Goon's territory, and that's part of the alliance that I'm in. I'm in like one of the guilds in there. And that's where I go, but there's no guards there to protect you, but what there is hundreds or thousands of players that are protecting their territory. So in a lot of cases, it's actually safer to be there because, you know, these enemies aren't going to come in when they know there might be hundreds of players that are just going to find them and hunt them down. So that's basically what that is. Now, the area of space that I'm in now is called J space, which is basically wormholes. And that's not on this map. Like, where I'm at is not on this map. I'm in an actual wormhole. Like, imagine Deep Space Nine. You know, where Cisco can... I keep using Star Trek examples. But you know when you go through the wormhole? That's basically where I'm in right now. And those wormholes can link you to different areas of space. Like, I went into a wormhole, and they will close after a period of time. And if you don't get out before they close, it can be days or hours, but it gives you a warning before you go in it. I paid no attention to the warning. It closed behind me, and I went from, like, here to, like, somewhere over here, and I was like, shit. And I had to get back to my space safely, or try to. This is all the stuff you learned. It was a tough lesson to learn because I had what I considered a lot of ISK on me, or a lot of, you know, items that I thought was worth quite a bit. And I was like, oh crap, I gotta try and sneak through enemy territory and get back to mine. I managed to do it, but yeah, I do like to do that, though. I like to show people that aren't familiar with EVE what the game is like. Oh, you know what? I got someone in here. I'm in stealth right now, though, so... there's someone in here, though, but I'm cloaked, so I should be safe, I think, right? They can't find me if I'm cloaked, right? But yeah, we do have someone else here. Now, I don't know how to use the directional scanner in order to find people. So I'm going to continue to scan this stuff down and see if he leaves. He left. So he came in, probably saw that somebody else was in here. I was like, no, we're... Or maybe he was just traveling through, I don't know. I think Mike requested this song too, actually. Mike, did you request this song? You still here? Yeah, usually I set up a safe place for me to go to, but this has been unfortunate because there's nothing but wormholes I'm finding. Which, I mean, I can take deeper, but...
Warp drive active.
I know the colors mean something. Okay, that's a low-sec wormhole. We will want to ignore that.
Warp drive.
Head to the next one. So, Mavo, the reason I ignored that one, I don't want to use it, is because it's taking me outside of wormhole space, and you can make more ISK, apparently, in wormhole space scanning this stuff. So, plus it'll take me, like, I don't know where, like, it could take me anywhere basically around here, and there's nothing there that I want, so... Okay, this one I can go through. I don't know if this is the one that, Oh, this is my exit. So we'll ignore that result.
Warp drive active.
Oh, that's right. It's for the different 4 factions. Hold on. And now we're going through went through another wormhole, Mavo. So we're continuing on deeper into this space. There's a bunch of these signatures here. I don't see anyone else here, so.
Warp drive active.
While on acid, no, I've done both, but not together. Not together, dude.
Warp drive active.
Say home +2. Oh, I did save my entrance. Yeah, you can see it down here. It's covered up by chat. I saved my entrance and also made a save spot as well, which is where I'm at now. Whoops. We got to stealth them. Another Walmart. We need like a relic site. I'd like to get another one of those ghost ones that I had yesterday. Or no, 2 days ago now. Because that was like crazy. Like 870 million ISK I made on one site. Got a data site. Hopefully it's one I can unsecured I can't go to. Ugh. Not having such great luck on these today. Bill Hacken explodes for damage. Very powerful. Yeah, I was shaking, dude. Like, I was absolutely shaking when I was doing it. And I managed to get 2 cans. And, like, warped out just before they were about to kill me. Like, It was sure a rush, man. Like, it was certainly a rush to find that. I took a screenshot of it, actually. Like, I had enough, like, nerve to actually take a screenshot, knowing that I had limited time. I took a screenshot of the first can. It was 636 million ISK. Oh, we have a relic site. Oh, and we can do it, too. Getting these other ones down. What is a Nokus? I've never heard that term before. A Nokus. I don't know if I notched it down or not for this one. Okay, wormhole. I think we're just going to leave the wormhole ones. I'm not going to go through each of those. Oh. I didn't know that they were in, like, certain parts of the galaxies. Oh, there's Pochvin space too, which I've got it. I've yet to experience that, I think, as well. I've got to get used to that too. Okay, so we got 2 sites that we can go take a peek at here. So let's go start with this one here. In this area of space, it doesn't matter if I'm cherry picking, right? Like is it almost basically expected to do that? Well, people. So people, like, you guys aren't gonna give me shit if I do this? You guys aren't gonna frown upon me for doing this? Jeez, come on, like... top or bottom? Oh. No, I picked right. Oh wait, this is a rule of 6, so it should be here, right? Be good? There it is. Did that open? Oh wait, it's... Oh wait, I don't want... Hold on.
Warp drive active.
All right, hopefully we have better luck here. Oh, 2 in a row. Wow. Jeez. It's gonna be up here, so. Ooh. Ooh. Do I have enough to hack it? I don't think I do. Oh, you. Oh, okay. Thought I only had the one bar. I thought it would do damage before. Doesn't appear that it does do that. All right. That one's done. Yeah, that's what I was told, Malcolm. That's why I like coming into J Space. Do we do it? We'll do it. Whoops. We'll do it. Yeah, I think I like J. I don't know if you guys have watched or seen Eve Frontier, but it's all basically J Space. It's really, I like it. I didn't. I don't know if they'll be able to pull the game off, but you know. I like the concept of the game, anyways. A Nomad's Tale, yes. The guy's name starts with a C. I've talked to him about that actually. It's kind of an interesting. I sort of watched like the first episode and I didn't really know what was going on, but I understood that he was trying to basically like survive on his own without like using like basic like regular bases. Like he was making his own base or something. Seemed like a neat little idea. Thought for sure it was there. Whoops.
Warp drive active.
Which is cool. It's like No Man's Sky base building and Elite meets even. Yeah, I think it's a fantastic concept to a game. I'm just a little worried that as much of a niche game that EVE Online is, even though it shouldn't be, like we were talking earlier, that if they explained the game in terms that traditional MMO players could understand, I think it would be a lot more popular. But did I say that on this one server they have 34,000 people on, you know?
Warp drive active.
Big players against Hyacinth. You're talking about Eve? I think it could be better though. Like I think that like most people that hear about EVE Online, they're terrified. They don't want to play it because they've got all these misconceptions of the game. Like they feel like it's just this ruthless PvP game, and that's not necessarily what it is. Oh, fucking ads.
Warp drive active.
All right.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
That was weird. What happened there? Just. So this base here, Malcolm, I'm sorry, Mavo, if you're still here, is player built. And players had to build this. This is one of the bigger ones. It might be like most populated one. It's one of the large. I think it might be the largest alliance, and it's the largest trading hub in that alliance, I think. But yeah. Okay, the ad's over. Guys, I am going to do... How many of you are still here? Malcolm, you see here? Air Jordan? Gray Hunter, are you guys still here? I'm going to do a giveaway. An ISK giveaway. I haven't done one before. I said I wanted to start doing it, and you guys have been really helpful, so even though there's only probably, of those of you that actually play the game, there's probably only 2 or 3 of you in here, so you have a really good chance of winning. So let's, I gotta figure out how to do this, though. You guys gonna be my guinea pigs to, do this giveaway. Hold on. Double it back if you win. No. Keep it. I gotta find my raffle thing. Hold on. What was I using for? Is it Stream Elements? Give me a minute, because I haven't done more these, and I could have. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the washroom. I'll be right back. I'm trying to figure out where my giveaway. I might just give you guys the ISK instead then. Taking too long. I had the windows opened up to be able to use it, and I guess I closed it somehow. Determined to find it though. I set it up a few days ago. And then I was gonna watch the next hour of Down the Rabbit Hole before I cut the stream off. Under my dashboard, where I was, right? Oh, I know. Okay, I figured it out. Ha! I was on my Kick dashboard. If you're on Kick and watching, come to Twitch. You enter the giveaway. There we go. There we go. Okay, hopefully this works. This is the first time to Mike as on my behalf if possible. He drives around a bowhead and gives out new ships to new players. Okay, if you win, then I'll do that. Hold on a second here. Failed to create giveaway. What the F? Saying it's failing to create the giveaway. Why would it fail to? Hold on, I'm just gonna do this. Try this. There we go. Okay, we're doing 200k ISK, okay? 200,000 ISK. So I think it's exclamation ticket space 1. Try that, please. There you go. Malcolm? Anyone else? Air Jordan, you still around? On Mike. That's his name, is it Mike Azaria? Anyone else? We'll wait another 30 seconds. Exclamation ticket space 1. To join, it's a 200,000 ISK giveaway. My appreciation for everybody being in stream and helping me out. All right, we're gonna close the giveaway in 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, you guys. Okay, gonna draw a winner. Malcolm. Nice. Was that you who said to Mike Azaria? You want to give it to Mike Azaria, or he said, right? Give Isk. Let me make sure I spell this right. Mike Azaria, this is him? $200,000. Oh no, 200 million. Sorry, not 200,000. 200 million. Sorry. These are probably like 200,000. Yeah, I gotta get that bot set up too. So 200 million. Is there a way for me to message him? No. Oh, 200 million. We're giving to Mike Azaria. 200,000. I did say 200,000 the first time, didn't I? That's hilarious. Let me message him. Oh, you can add a comment. Oh, I didn't do that. Okay, let me message him. Want your name? I'm telling him your name. Hey. He says that it's for the bus. Name is Malcolm Lionel. Says you're a good dude and give people tips that are just starting out. This is to help with that. It's much appreciated. Aladar. All right. There we go. Thank you very much, dude. All right, let's watch the next hour of Down the Rabbit Hole. Let me just find it because I was a dummy and went and deleted. I didn't delete it, but I closed the window for it. All right, there we go. We're gonna watch the next hour. Now, this, for those of you that don't know what this is, Mavo, if I think you're still here. This is kind of like the history of EVE Online up until about 2 years ago. It talks. The first hour was basically talking about what they had to do in order to get the game up off the ground, which was very impressive in itself, and how they're able to make this massive universe seamless with tens of thousands of players on it at one time. It's really kind of a, neat idea, but it works. And then also some of the technical issues they had to get into, things they didn't foresee. Hey, dude, thank you very much, man. Thank you very much, Grey Hunter. I was like 200K for testing it out. I will be doing regular giveaways. I've just, like I said, I've got to come up with ways to make ISK. So if you want to help with that, if you want to help like teach me these methods, like you guys taught me a better way to make money with PI, like that sort of stuff will go a long way, because I'm not an Eve partnered streamer. They're not going to give me a bunch of free stuff, right? So anything like that can help like maximize my ISK rate per day would be very helpful. So I will have to adjust my PI. I'm going to wait till tomorrow when they're all, actually I think it's later tonight when they're all done, and then tomorrow I will probably readjust all my planets. There are history books about Eve too called The History of Eve Online by Andrew Groen. You know what I have? I've got a novel, actually. Apparently, they're not bad novels. I do have to read it at some point, but I did find this on Amazon. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna order that. One of these days, I will actually read it. But this Down the Rabbit Hole, for those of you that are new or old viewers of mine or whatever. So the first episode was, like I said, them actually developing the game and what they went through. The second episode started to talk about the early days of Eve. There were some mercenary corporations. And it also talked about, I can't remember the name of the corporation, but it started talking about the early days of espionage where people started like infiltrating other guilds. And this is very common in EVE Online. It's one of the great things of EVE Online is you actually have to worry about people that you're letting into the guild or into your corporation, your alliance. And there was one famous one where another corporation paid for this mercenary guild to infiltrate themselves into this first corporation's enemy corporation. They did that, got into some really high level positions, and basically tore the alliance from within, looted the whole thing, and that's basically what they did. So now we're on to basically episode 3 or hour 3, where it's just more along that, but it's very early days of EVE Online. It's a fantastic story. Oh, here we go.
But when they moved, their paradigm
Let me
began.
Let me start from the beginning of this section. So here we go. So we'll go for roughly an hour-ish, give or take, till the end.
Over the years, the dynamics of the game had shifted.
You guys can all hear this, right? You guys can hear this on YouTube. There's only a couple of people watching on YouTube. Let me just double check to make sure that you guys can hear this on YouTube. Yes, you can. Okay, good.
Radically as players gained more and more capital, and as the merchant races were supplanted by a full player economy, piracy was no longer making nearly as much money, and often players would lose more money than they gained by hunting other players. Many, such as the aforementioned mercenaries, abandoned the practice in favor of fulfilling contracts for clients. What's more, the nullsec alliances were growing into empires, and these empires often patrolled and defended their territory, stamping out any piracy not perpetrated by their own members. The only space left for these players was low security space, or lowsec, but when they moved, their paradigm gradually began to shift. Now that piracy was no longer making the players much money, the only ones who continued the practice did so for the love of it. In an interview for Down the Rabbit Hole, a prominent player and leader named Phantomite spoke to the role that those in lowsec adopted. Quote, "I feel like me killing people in lowsec isn't piracy, I think it's just PvP. It's not a profession, I don't really earn any money from it. The fact that the game calls what you're doing illegal means that there's some kind of weird dishonor involved that's different to catching a traveler in nullsec. It's just PvP." End quote. Those players who decided to stay were the only ones dedicated enough to continue their piracy, in part due to a particular feature. Early after the release of the game, CCP launched a feature called kill mails, which were permanent in-game records of ship destruction issued to both the destroyed parties
the early version
and
of the
those
Z kill
involved
boards?
in destroying them, and many players began to covet these kill mails and collect them like trading cards, with certain ships or players being more or less prestigious. While this wasn't always the primary motivating factor for those hunting other players, it did mean that they could keep a record of their experiences doing so, ensuring an official method of tracking prestige. But the kill mails introduced another dynamic: loss aversion. Since kill mails were public, one's victories and losses were both available to any who wanted to see them, and a loss was often considered a shame in the eyes of the community, at least to the player who lost the ship. On this, Phantomite said, Quote, "I feel it is socially unacceptable to lose in this game. If you lose a fleet fight to begin with, in local, the winning side will almost always jeer at you and be a bad winner, mock you for having dared to lose a fight in EVE Online. It's not congratulations on winning, it's you idiots, you lost, how stupid do you feel right now? Especially as group sizes get larger, there's a lot of bitterness on both sides." End quote. On the opposite end of the spectrum, a group of players have been growing in size, prominence, and role in the greater EVE community. Early in the game's lifetime, a help chat was implemented so that players could offer assistance to other players learning the game, but many found that this limited forum was insufficient due to the complexity of EVE. And so, a new player-run institution was formed, EVE University.
Oh, wow.
Its primary
This is when it
impetus
started.
was to assist new players by teaching them the basic mechanics as well as good practices with hands-on experience. While other corporations would sometimes
Do you imagine this ever happening in another MMO? I've never actually heard of this, like something like this in another MMO where it's like there's guilds where they'll take on like new players or whatever, but this was like structurally like put together specifically for that case. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in any MMO that I've ever played. A guild or whatever specifically designed to help new players.
invite new players and assist them so that they could swell their ranks and achieve greater goals, EVE University had few such aspirations. Rather, uniquely, it declared itself a neutral body who would not take sides in any wars, though its members, known as students or unistas, were free to do as they pleased whenever they chose to leave. Many years later, in an interview with the online EVE news site Crossing Zebras, a new CEO, Asmodeus Valar, said that, quote, "EVE University exists to give new players a place to learn about EVE in a supportive community. We maintain neutrality so that our students can move on to whatever section of EVE interests them." End quote. But this neutrality would quickly come to be a limiting factor. In October of 2005, EVE University founded a new alliance called the Big Blue and sought to hold territory in Nullsec, but after less than a year, an unknown client hired Mercenary Coalition to evict them for unclear reasons, another reflection of the growing necessity for corporations to ally themselves with one another in order to survive the growing turbulence of Nullsec. EVE University's policy of neutrality wouldn't allow them the partnerships with the larger groups that they required. Unwilling to compromise on this defining feature, EVE University decided to base themselves in high-security space instead, and partnered with other corporations in a new alliance which they named Ivy League, in part to protect themselves from the vast number of war declarations that they were suffering. As a group comprised primarily of new players learning from a smaller number of more seasoned players, declaring war on EVE University was an easy way for more aggressive and less discerning players to gather easy kill mails. Despite these hazards, EVE University began to grow as a foundational part of New Eden's social landscape, with corporations seeking out those who had spent time learning in it. Their decision to retire from Null
Kind of interested is how the leadership structure is in EVE University. It's been the same person, or
Sec would become a practically permanent one on June 19, 2009, when CCP released their expansion, Revelations 2. With this expansion, powerful defensive sovereignty bonuses would be granted to anyone who owned over half of the structures within a system for 28 days. Once this had been achieved, a structure called a Sinojammer could be built in the system, disallowing any player from lighting a cynosural field within the system. While capital ships could use stargates, they were choke points in which they could easily be caught, and the only practical way of bringing a capital ship into a fight was through the use of cynosural fields. By restricting their use, it meant that any alliance attacking a system with a high enough sovereignty bonus could only do so with subcapital ships, an effectively impossible task against any active alliance. This meant that nullsec alliances were now much more stable in their ownership of territory, as long as they possessed enough capital ships. The major factions in nullsec had now been set. With the base mechanics, the social groups, and the varying playstyles within EVE all growing more complicated and nuanced by the day, the development team recognized that they wouldn't be able to keep track of all of them and balance them alone. And so, in late 2007, Crowd Control Productions announced the establishment of the Council of Stellar Management, a body of players elected by the player base to communicate their interests directly to the company. Early in
Jesus, you know we've been talking about this sort of I've at least been talking about this with World of Warcraft, is that they need to, like, with a lot of stuff that they need to change in WoW, like they need to like communicate better with the players. And I've said like countless times that they need to bring in some of these players that actually have a pulse with the community to make some of these decisions. Some people would think that's a really bad idea though, like, because then you get some really stupid ideas that they might actually go with. But CCP actually did this. Are these councils still like, are they still being used?
In the game's lifetime, CCP had requested that players join the developers to speak about the game, but they had been hand-picked after applying, as opposed to the more democratic method of the council. Of the 97 applications, 33 were rejected.
The election was last month. There was something one of the other content creators said that told me that he had applied for something, and you know, if he gets on, that there were some things that he was going to specifically like. I wonder, but this was just like a couple of days ago, so I don't think it could be for this.
For varying reasons, including
Manus,
behavioral and technical,
thanks for joining us,
leaving
man.
64 to be voted on by the community in a first-past-the-post system, where the 14 players with the most votes would be elected. A PDF document written by CCP representative Petter Johannes Oscarsson details the role and responsibilities of the Council of Stellar Management, but not before spending over half of the document on what he called a comparative analysis of real structural social evolution with the virtual society of EVE Online. In the opening paragraphs, he wrote, quote, "The only consensus in the study of socio-cultural evolution is that no single theory can aptly describe the universal development and progression of any society. Myriad factors ranging from geographical location to religious beliefs and even weather conditions, prevailing or roguish, all complicated the analysis. Introducing the most subtle variable could drastically alter the course of two societies that would have otherwise evolved along similar paths. Thus, it is these general paths, or unilinear milestones, that this paper will draw real-world comparisons from. The purpose of the analogy is to establish the foundation for implementing a deliberative, democratically elected council in EVE. This is by no means an endorsement of any social evolution theory. A comparison with actual civilizations is beyond the scope of this analysis. But it will demonstrate the striking similarities between this theory of real-life societal development and the virtual society evolution of EVE, while also relying on one key assumption about individuals in both realms, that they are motivated by the pursuit of value, the core of which is driven by their instinct for survival." End quote. While this document was likely meant to help instill within the EVE community the impression that CCP was taking seriously their responsibilities toward the game, it also illustrated the divide that was growing between the players and their game world's caretakers, despite their attempts to the contrary. While the majority of the player base was primarily interested in simply having fun by playing the game on the most minute level, the developers saw themselves as being on the cusp of a newly developing world that reflected elements of the human condition, similar to the way that the founding members of CCP had attempted to create a new internet interface with the virtual reality markup language during their time at Oz Virtual. Oscarson wrote in the document that, quote, "Until now, comparisons of political philosophy and social structures in the virtual world have been drawn from parallels with the real one. But it cannot be stressed enough that today, with this many people comprising the civilization of Eve and the potential ripple effect of any change in the way this society is governed, further legislative applications based mostly on CCP's interpretation of the real world are likely to cause more harm than good. To achieve continued success, Eve's society must be granted a larger role in exerting influence on the legislative powers of CCP. Governance of virtual worlds is a unique endeavor.
This
There
is
is
getting a
no
little deep.
precedence to follow." End quote. The responsibilities for the Council of Stellar Management were more than might typically be expected from a group of player consultants, which perhaps helps to explain the small number of applicants. Quote, "At least twice a year, CCP will convene multi-day summit meetings in Reykjavik. In addition, each year CCP holds its FanFest convention. 7 members of the CSM..."
For those of you, for the WoW viewers, the FanFest convention is basically like BlizzCon. It looks pretty cool, actually. One of these years, I might want to attend that. BlizzCon was a lot of fun.
Attend these events in person. Council terms will last 12 months, and elections will follow the expiration of each term. This timeframe corresponds roughly to the expansion release cycles of EVE Online. End quote. These council members would be privy to restricted knowledge so that they could give their unique perspectives as players. What sort of effect they would have on the game, however, was yet to be seen. The importance of such communication with the player community was exemplified by the proliferation of player-made tools that were seeing widening popularity. On July 22, 2008, a player going by the name Wallari created a post on the official EVE forums in which he announced the release of a map of EVE Online named Dotlan. Quote, "In the last weeks, I created a system to arrange and generate region maps for EVE. After some hard work on the backend and positioning the systems, I can finally announce a new type of EVE regions maps. The maps are focused to be clean and easy readable with the most important informations for fleet roaming and planning. They contain daily sovereignty and outpost informations for your favorite 0.0 space. Also, occupancy informations for the new factional warfare are included." End quote. What's more, this tool would be offered for free to any EVE
I was like, I've heard of Dotlan. I was like, it uses all the time.
player who wanted to use it, hosted on its own website. Importantly, this map wasn't updated manually. Rather, it pulled information from EVE Online's backend servers in order to update it, meaning that they would update in real time, and Dotlan's maps would quickly become the standard. And when players wanted to share maps of EVE Online with one another, rather than using the in-game map, the clean, clear maps on Dotland would almost always be used. This was far from the only tool developed by players to help others play the game. In 2006, a group of resourceful coders had released a tool which they named EveMon, which acted as a way to manage a character and plan their ever-important skills, which restricted what a character could do and what sort of innate bonuses they wielded. Like Dotlan, EveMon pulled information from the back-end servers of EVE Online, allowing players to see aspects of their character such as their skills, their stats, their total skill points accrued, and their ISK balance, all without having to open the game. These sorts of tools helped further erode the feeling of separation between the game and real life, since the game world could be reflected in places other than the game window. Rather than fight these tools, CCP supported their use and would sometimes even showcase them on their website. It was around this time as well that the listless and much poorer pirates in low-security space would be given a new purpose. On June 10, 2008, CCP released the expansion Empyrean Age. Among the other changes, the one that attracted the most attention was the introduction of a new opportunity for
I'll have to read the
players
book.
called factional warfare. After signing up to fight for one of the 4 in-game non-player empires that ruled over high-security empire space, they would be given objectives in low-security space to capture in the name of the empire that they had chosen. But importantly, they would not only be fighting against NPCs, they would also engage other players who had sworn allegiance to a different enemy faction. In this way, players in Empire space could fight with other players in a structured yet accessible fashion. While factional warfare itself held little interest for the pirate corporations in LowSec, it meant that far more players would be ushered into their domain. As the less experienced players from HighSec wandered into LowSec in order to complete their objectives, roving bands of LowSec pirates would catch individuals and small fleets unaware, swooping in to rapidly dispatch those looking to engage in factional warfare. These pirates had become a part of the landscape of LowSec, maintaining a level of unavoidable danger to the game, and the introduction of factional warfare had reinvigorated them. Evading pirates was a skill in which traders and industrialists prided themselves, and it was common to hear such peaceful players
Haven't done
breathlessly
faction warfare
recount
yet
their
either.
experiences avoiding and outwitting them. But soon, the game would see an addition that would further complicate it, crossing the border between the real world and the virtual world of New Eden in a way that would eventually make its dealings the subject of international attention and awe.
Yeah, it's down the rabbit hole. This is like hour 3 or the 3rd episode we're watching. It's not separate episodes, but I'm putting it in blocks of an hour to watch at the end of streams. So we're about 15 minutes into this part.
In November of 2008, CCP announced the release of a new form of currency.
I've never seen it before,
As was common practice, players could either buy cards at local stores or have cards mailed to them, which they could redeem to extend their membership, allowing them continued access to the game. For EVE, much like other games of its kind, the monthly fee was
Never seen it.
$15, with discounts when bought in large.
Dude, I remember I used to be able to go across the street to the 7-Eleven and pick up my my World of Warcraft game card. I don't remember ever seeing the EVE ones, though. They were probably out there, but I don't remember seeing those ones.
Increments. However, CCP was now offering a new function for these cards. When a player bought one, they would now have the option to either redeem it normally and use it to lengthen their subscription, or they could instead exchange their card for a new in-game item called a Pilot's License Extension, or Plex, at an exchange rate of
This
1
is how
Plex
Plex
per
started.
month of game time. If they chose the latter option, an in-game item would appear in the hangar of the station in which one of their characters was docked. This Plex could then later be expended for the subscription if the player so chose. For the player who used the Plex in this way, it simply added an extra step to the process of renewing a subscription. But there was one major, important difference. Since the Plex was an in-game item, it could
sell
be
it.
bought and sold on the player market, and whoever bought the Plex could redeem it for their own character, meaning that a player with enough in-game money could effectively pay for their subscription by buying Plex from other players with in-game money. The most obvious effect was that it gave many players a goal: make enough in-game money to pay for their own subscription month to month by buying Plex from other players, effectively playing for free. But for those on the outside looking in, it gave something much more important. Game subscription cards for EVE Online could typically be bought for $35 and offered 2 months of subscription, which meant that they could be redeemed for 2 Plex. This gave Plex a stable real-world value of approximately $17. Since Plex would be bought and sold in-game for ISK, the in-game currency, and the real-world value of one Plex was relatively consistent, this meant that there was a way to track the real-world value of the in-game currency without having to refer to the black market price, which was subject to fluctuation, and which many sources were reluctant to acknowledge or reference because of its inherently opaque nature. What's more, because of the stability of the price of Plex currently
NetRabbit browser sketchy website. They're talking about like gold selling sites, I guess.
opaque nature. What's more, because of the stability of the price of Plex in the real world, the
30 days was only 300 million? Really? Did they have like wormholes and all that sort of stuff to bind? I wonder if there's just through inflation, stuff is worth a lot more now. Because I've made 300 million. I hit a ghost site yesterday that had I made over 860 million or something.
gradual inflation of the value of ISK could be tracked as well. Such aspects only enhance the
There's
interest
inflation,
of
okay.
mainstream publications, including Forbes, a popular and well-regarded business magazine which had already been paying attention to EVE Online due in part to the business-themed naming scheme of its player structures. An article from 2008 by Matthew Kirdahy, named From MMO to CEO, reads in part, quote, Sean Conover has two jobs. One is at a computer forensics lab in suburban New Jersey. The other is in a fantastical galaxy inhabited by 25,000 intelligent life forms, driven by
25,
power and greed.
250,000, not
In one place,
25,000.
he takes orders. In the other, he gives them. There are many more like Conover, and with good reason.
There's more than 250,000 people playing this game now. There's 33,000 people online now, and it's like the peak time has passed. There was 35,000 people earlier on when I watched. That means there's got to be at least 200,000 or 300,000 people that have active accounts, I would think.
It's in this virtual space where tomorrow's business leaders are being born. Mom may mock video games no more. End quote. The EVE player interviewed for this article was the notable figure.
The game. Somebody was saying earlier that there's more people playing now than there was like 5 years ago or something at peak. Like the population is actually going up.
Darius Johnson, the leader of Goonfleet and the greater Goonswarm Alliance.
Oh,
for the last year,
who's this?
EVE player interviewed for this article was the notable figure Darius Johnson, the leader of Goonfleet and the greater Goonswarm Alliance. For the last year and a half, Goonswarm and their allies, the Russians hailing from the northeastern corner of the map, had been continuing their war against Band of Brothers, and during that time, they had become known for their effective, if obnoxious, propaganda. Beyond the posters, which were often photoshopped versions of World War II propaganda posters, the Mittani had taken to regularly posting on his blog about the war, both to rally the goons and guide the public perception to bolster morale and increase membership, and this gave mainstream news outlets an easy way to monitor the war, albeit through a heavily biased source. Even knowing this bias, this meant that as publications such as Forbes and The Guardian wrote about EVE Online, it was often through the paradigm and context of the goons. External news outlets also helped to personalize the leaders. Furthering Kirdahy's article, he writes, quote, when Conover gets home from his 9-to-5 job, he logs onto a virtual world as Darius Johnson, Chief Executive of Goonfleet, a corporation comprised of more than 2,800 players in EVE. The leadership experience has challenged Conover the same way the modern CEO is challenged. He worries about economics, employee morale, production, training, and even a succession plan.
I will say this, and I don't know how much I'm even allowed to get into it, but I've told friends of mine that, you know, one who is, you guys might know him, Romanowski, but other people that have watched my stream, I've told them that, like, being in this corporation or this alliance is the most organized thing I've ever seen in gaming. And I've been in some of the most ridiculously, like, what I thought were organized groups of players for like raiding and all sorts of other stuff. I've never seen anything like this, like what I'm seeing in EVE Online. It's not even close. Like we think that we have like structure in guilds like for World of Warcraft and you know the raiding and all that. It blew me away when I started like seeing how organized some of this stuff is from everything. Like, and I'm still new. I don't know what I'm allowed to discuss on stream, but like buyback programs and all sorts of stuff that I've like never even thought of in a video game before. It's crazy how down to like a T everything is organized and structured. It is really wild.
Plan which he's devising. After all, the next guy has to be able to weather the storm too. End quote. In particular, the term failure cascade had become common in New Eden, popularized by the Mittani and quickly adopted by news outlets who were already heavily reliant on his writing when discussing EVE. In an article from 2009, the Mittani wrote, quote, "In the past 4 years, I've witnessed more than 20 alliances disintegrate, and I've had the benefit of directly orchestrating a good number of those. Better than just hammering at them from the outside, I've been able to witness the process from the inside concurrently by way of our spy network. While watching Lotka Volterra explode in much the same way Veritas Immortalis had, I dubbed this death cycle the failure cascade, due to the way in which the process rapidly accelerates from small errors into thermonuclear drama. Delightfully enough, even our most vehement enemies have chosen to use my nomenclature, as well as the more traditional media. Apparently, the term has some pre-existing engineering use, but Googling it now turns up mostly yammering about spaceships." He went on to define the term, quote, "A failure cascade is the disintegration of an alliance caused by collective helplessness in the face of sustained and unrationalizable adversity through a process of pilot attribution shifting from the alliance to the corporation or the individual." End quote. Both Crowd Control Productions and Goonswarm were facing prodigious growth, and both were simultaneously taking great risks in attempts to reap great rewards.
Goonswarm, we're the evil guys, right? Goonswarm, we're the evil guys, right?
It had been over 2 years since the death of Steve the Titan, and still the war in Nullsec continued, involving every major power, and after numerous movements of the battle line back and forth, Band of Brothers had been pushed all the way back into their home region of Delve. To their north, the Northern Coalition had recovered from total destruction, retaken territory, and went on the offensive after fighting back the forces of Mercenary Coalition, who had been fighting the war for Band of Brothers, but eventually abandoned them in order to establish themselves in new territory and continue their existence as guns for hire. Meanwhile, from the east, the forces of Goonswarm and their allies, the Red Alliance, continued to strike. Previously, the Russians of the Red Alliance had joined Goonswarm in an effort to defeat Band of Brothers, but after this effort failed, they retreated to their home regions in the southeast to live next door to the Goons. With their forces combined, their territory was nearly impossible for any alliance to assail. Typically, the Russians were cagey, reclusive, and distrustful, but they had joined Goonswarm to defeat their common enemies in Band of Brothers. But now that Band of Brothers had been fought back to Fortress Delve, the war had reached a standstill. Delve's epithet was well earned. It had served as the home region for Band of Brothers for years now, and was nigh unassailable due to the coordination of Band of Brothers fleets and the system's solid sovereignty bonuses, which practically restricted any enemy fleet from fielding anything larger than a dreadnought in Band of Brothers territory. Multiple Titans had been lost by both sides, but Band of Brothers still had enough capital ships to bounce back any assault on its borders. And if the smaller capital ships weren't enough, then the combined might of 8 simultaneous doomsday blasts from Band of Brothers' 8 remaining Titans would be enough to turn any fight. Without the ability to field their own Titans, the rest of Nullsec could do little to penetrate into Delve. But in early 2009, this state of affairs
Why couldn't the rest of the Nullsec get Titans?
suddenly and radically changed. One of the high-ranking members of Band of Brothers, Hargoth Agamar, had tired of the other leaders and joined Goonswarm, offering to help them in whatever way they could. After some rumination, Goonswarm's spy master, the Mittani, devised a plan of action. Andrew Groen chronicled what transpired in Empires of Eve. Quote, "On the night of February 4th, 2009, Hargoth Agamar logged into Eve on..."
They were expensive. I understand that, but Goonswarm at this point was already really big. So I'm not understanding why they weren't able to pitch in and build some of them. Well, they weren't as organized, okay.
Online and docked his ship at the headquarters of Black Nova
No. Okay.
Corporation, one of the main member corporations of Band of Brothers. From Band of Brothers, Hargoth stole 15 dreadnoughts and an entire ship hangar containing hundreds of smaller ships. He also stole a huge amount of stronium, starbase and dreadnought fuel. With a few clicks, he stole everything his corporation owned.
This is that backstabbing that we were talking about. We're getting into more of that now. There was a massive one in the last episode where basically an entire alliance was crushed because of some guys that infiltrated this alliance and just basically now it's happening again.
In the empty hangar folders, he left just a single item, a note with one sentence written on it. The Mittani sends his regards. When he was done with his theft, he went to work, ending the entire alliance.
Wow.
He removed the other directors from their positions and closed the alliance. With no alliance on record named Band of Brothers, every one of its sovereignty claims was instantly dropped. Band of Brothers had claimed sovereignty 4 in every system in Delve, but after Hargoth Agamar struck, there was no longer an alliance called Band of Brothers. As a result, all of the starbases owned by Bob went offline without an alliance to control them.
Wow.
Their capital systems were no longer invulnerable, and they had no way to stop enemy alliances from bringing heavy artillery right into the heart of Band of Brothers' empire. End quote. The rest of New Eden now had a 28-day window to capture enough territory to prevent Band of Brothers from regaining their sovereignty, but only Goonswarm was in a position to capitalize on this, and simply destroying Band of Brothers was no longer enough for them. The leader of Goonswarm, Darius Johnson, ordered that all assets in Alliance territory be brought to the front lines in preparation for a fight in Delve, where they would either drive out Band of Brothers and claim Delve as their new home, or be left destitute. This would also help to fend off enemies, at least for a time. During the war, the general unpleasantness of both the Russian alliances and Goonswarm had resulted in enough feuds that they had broken their treaties with one another, and a significant contingent of Russians had joined forces with Band of Brothers, sandwiching the Goons between the two. There were also rumors and accounts of real money being paid to players to alter the political landscape, but the complete abandonment of territory by Goonswarm guaranteed that the Russians would be preoccupied with claiming all of the territory that had once belonged to the Goons, as they threw themselves recklessly at Band of Brothers, at least for the first few weeks. No other alliance seems to have been warned of this opportunity, and it would take time to mobilize. Now, Goonswarm would launch a blitzkrieg the likes of which had never been seen in EVE Online. But as Goonswarm was beginning its invasion, the game would see a radical change, and the denizens of this particular edition would soon exist outside of the paradigm and culture of any other part of New Eden. On March 10, 2009, CCP announced the release of the Apocrypha expansion. Among other changes, including a higher tier of specialized ships, this update introduced wormholes. These anomalies, functionally, were short-lived entrances into an entirely new cluster of
Oh, so wormholes weren't even around for the first. Oh wow, that was a
star
huge
systems, but the wormholes would only survive for a maximum of a few days before collapsing permanently, and new ones would spawn
Such a huge
unpredictably both
addition.
in New Eden and in this new region. These systems boasted no stargates. Rather, they were connected to one another and the normal stars in New Eden exclusively with a network of wormholes, and the transient and unpredictable nature of these wormholes created an ever-shifting labyrinth. Despite the vast new territory now made available, players were tentative to venture into it for several reasons. First, finding the wormholes was a task unto itself. In order to discover a wormhole, a player had to make use of the new scanning tools, which required new skills that took time.
Oh my god, you had to individually place them? Hold on, let me see again.
Was a task unto itself. In order to discover a wormhole, a player had to make use of the new scanning tools, which required new skills that took time for characters to learn. The systems themselves, however, were remarkably dangerous. Much like Nullsec, Concord offered no protection in wormhole space, and so anyone traveling through a wormhole could easily be attacked upon arrival by other players looking for a fight. Even then, however, the points of interest found through a wormhole were often remarkably dangerous. Fighting and looting NPCs would require a well-equipped squad of players, and the anomaly sites placed for explorers often were similarly defended. What's more, if a player lacked the requisite knowledge, and was unlucky, it was possible for a wormhole to collapse behind them after entering it, leaving them stranded in unknown and hostile territory, and the only method of escape was to wander aimlessly until discovering a wormhole that would take them back to New Eden, though likely far from where they had entered. Most had little interest in investigating, beyond peeking out of curiosity. But there were others who saw potential in this new, unexplored region. Though the danger in wormhole space was higher, the materials there were commensurately valuable, as the gases required to make the new highest-tier ships could only be found there, and so, mining gas clouds became an important, if small, part of the EVE economy. Paradoxically, due in part to the random nature of wormholes, gas became a reliable resource, as it was difficult for aggressive players to attack others harvesting gas. Much like wormholes, gas clouds would spawn randomly and had to be scanned down with probes before their location was revealed, meaning that a reasonably attentive gas miner could spot the probes with a directional scan and escape long before any danger manifested. Beyond these more systemic limitations, there was another hard limitation that restricted the use of overwhelming force in wormhole space. The wormholes themselves could only accommodate ships below a certain size, and after a certain amount of mass passed through a wormhole, it would collapse, meaning that the massive fleets and large ships wielded by the Nullsec powers were practically useless in this new, chaotic region. The ease and safety with—
So hold on, is it cumulative? So like if you have like 10 medium-sized ships, is the time left on the wormholes like it's how long it's stable for? Does that shrink? I don't think I knew that. Is that how that works? So the more people that go into the wormhole, the quicker it destabilizes?
which gas could be harvested, and the difficulty that established corporations would have utilizing their vast wealth and resources, meant that this territory was far more accessible to less wealthy players and corporations, in contrast to Nullsec, which was now crowded with belligerent and exclusive factions. Most large corporations were also still embroiled in the ongoing war against Band of Brothers and had few resources.
Yeah, I know the entranceway does, but it's not like so it doesn't add up all the okay. Thank you, answer my
left
question.
to engage with wormholes. Given this and the wide breadth of territory now available, smaller groups of players began to
Well, no, that's what I mean. Like, so if you have like 100 small ships that go through a wormhole, is there a chance that because so many ships have gone through that the wormhole will collapse before it's scheduled to, is what I'm asking.
move into these wormholes and establish presences there, deploying starbases and storing fleets of ships. Those who chose to live in this territory were given a simple moniker:
okay.
wormholers. The interests of these early wormholers varied widely, but all of them were inspired by a sense of adventure and the excitement of uncertainty. Many took the time to explore this new space and study the rules by which it functioned, and over time, the players were able to divine certain patterns. For example, many wormhole systems had what they called a static hole, which would always link to the same kind of system. A static high-sec hole, for instance, meant that there was always a wormhole leading to high-security space in the system, and if the one leading to high-sec collapsed, then another would take its place, leading to another high-security system. However, such static holes to high-sec were at a premium, and so, sometimes, multiple small corporations would deploy starbases in the same system, but since few had the resources to prosecute any sort of significant conflict, and nobody would benefit from harassing one another, many of them entered into gentlemen's agreements to not attack one another unless agreeing to fight for sport. These agreements were the first manifestation of the code of honor by which wormholers would play, known earnestly, derisively, and sarcastically as Wormhole Bushido, named for the code by which Japanese samurai warriors would live. But while players were exploring the new aspects of EVE Online, Crowd Control Productions was working on an entirely new game. In August of 2009, CCP Games announced their next project set in the EVE universe, a first-person shooter named Dust 514. Speculation about the gameplay was overshadowed by the fact that Dust 514 would do more than share a setting with EVE Online. Events in Dust 514 would directly impact those playing the MMO, and those playing the MMO could affect battles in Dust. The gaming news publication GameSpot quoted Hilmar Pettersson as saying, "The primary gameplay features brutal ground combat that takes place on the surface of planets. Dust 514 is the infantry, and an EVE Online player can contract a Dust team to go in and take control of a planet. The fleet does the flying, the infantry does the dying." End quote. Guy Cocker, writing for GameSpot, went on to say that, quote, "The game has been under development for 3 years at CCP Shanghai, with input from other CCP studios worldwide. We questioned Pettersson about the platforms the game is being developed for, as well as subscription details, but he declined."
Apparently, EVE Vanguard was supposed to do this as well. For those of you that don't know about EVE Vanguard, it's a FPS game that I actually have access to it. I've never played it, though. But it's basically a first-person shooter. I don't know that it's any good. When I watch it on stream, it doesn't look too technically hard to understand. But the developer, initially, the idea was that you were going to fight over the resources on the planet, and it would affect EVE. But now they backtracked on that, and it's not going to, which is unfortunate, because I feel like that would be a really cool aspect of the game.
To comment at this time, but it was confirmed that the game was being developed for current generation hardware. End quote. After revealing some gameplay at the annual FanFest in October of that year, Hilmar Pettersson proudly spoke with IGN further about the game. Quote, "Dust 514 is first and foremost a first-class FPS mixed with real-time strategy elements and persistent world components, which are innovative in their own right. Still, the biggest innovation in Dust 514 is that the outcome of battles directly affects the resource and power controls in EVE Online. This will significantly enhance the gaming experience that our current 300,000 subscribers enjoy by adding a whole new level of gameplay elements that they can affect. At its core, Dust 514 is a first-person shooter with run-and-gun gameplay. but there is a heavy emphasis on vehicular combat that layers tactical and strategic dimensions within each battle. In addition, weapons and modules are upgradable in real time, which we believe pushes Dust 514 beyond what has been seen in the market so far." End quote. Notable features were map sizes measuring 5 kilometers squared and, perhaps most importantly, the ability for Dust mercenaries to take control over certain regions of planets for corporations in EVE Online, or for Dust corporations to take those sections of planets for themselves. Early gameplay footage shown at FanFest was promising and elicited excited reactions from the crowd despite its limited scope. But as players were anticipating the new battles to be had in Dust 514, the years-long war in Nullsec was finally reaching its conclusion, and the aftermath would permanently alter the social landscape of New Eden.
I don't know, I feel like that's a cool idea, this Dust 514.
After such an extended period of direct conflict, the alliances in Nullsec had grown skilled at husbanding their resources and managing their fleets, the latter of which had grown into affairs often involving hundreds of people on both sides. This new method of waging warfare placed greater importance on management rather than moment-to-moment battles. But managing such a vast number of players was a difficult task. Unlike an army of professional soldiers or paid employees, the people who comprised the fleets in EVE Online were playing in their spare time, and the most effective way to form a fleet was for the fleet commander to put out a call to their alliance, asking for people to join for a potential fight. The number of people who joined was never certain. The attendance of individuals could change due to real-life factors, interest in the upcoming battle, or simply due to the waxing and waning of engagement with the game, making morale a key factor to the cohesion of alliances. If morale dropped low enough, then people would simply not answer calls for fleets or even leave their corporations entirely. If a corporation leader lost faith in their alliance, then they could take their entire corporation with them when they left. Despite the overwhelming importance of morale, the most effective ways to wage war in EVE Online were often far from entertaining for the individual. It was common for a fleet commander to call for a fleet, form up in position, move from location to location, or even keep the fleet stationary for hours, and then disband the fleet due to a lack of need. As fleets grew more expensive and the need for strategic dominance prevailed over the desire for action, the impetus to engage in equal fights or even slightly favorable fights diminished due to loss aversion, and given the responsibilities bestowed upon fleet commanders, there was little incentive to risk the large ships now demanded by war. This loss aversion worked similarly for the individual player as it did for the corporation and alliance. Few people would be willing to risk their most expensive ships in a large fight where they had little say in the outcome. A player who lost a capital ship once may simply have decided that it wasn't worth the risk of joining a fleet. To mitigate this, many corporations enacted measures called Ship Replacement Programs, or SRPs. When a player lost a
That's another, this point here that he's making is another thing that players that don't play EVE Online have got to understand, that even like if you join these large corporations, if you get killed in PvP, often your ship is just replaced for you. Like you're not really losing anything. You get given money to go replace your ship.
ship while participating in operations with the corporation, they could submit a claim and be reimbursed for their loss, either in part or in full, paid with the money gathered from passive income, such as moon mining. This passive income was part of the reason why Band of Brothers could fund such an extensive war while fighting on multiple fronts and maintaining morale. But now that Goonswarm, through subterfuge, had eliminated the sovereignty that insulated Band of Brothers from its enemies, it would soon become nearly impossible to maintain a solid line of defense for its vulnerable economic center. What's more, Goonswarm had ensured the morale of their members by abandoning their own territory and claiming that of Band of Brothers as their own, drawing from the classic Chinese treatise The Art of War. As translated by Lionel Giles, one prominent section reads, quote, "Throw your soldiers into positions whence there is no escape, and they will prefer death to flight. If there is no place of refuge, they will stand firm. If they are in hostile country, they will show a stubborn front." End quote. It is with this tenacity that Goonswarm descended upon the territory of Band of Brothers, striking at all constituent corporations at once, attempting to break their will before the sovereignty bonuses returned and once again made invasion impossible. This would be expedited by a massive mistake made by Band of Brothers. Andrew Groen details the mistake in Empires of Eve. Quote, "Band of Brothers ordered every one of its capital ship pilots to log off at an open NPC-controlled station in PR-TAC 8CA in Delve. However, Goonswarm spies found out about the massive A. Quoters. Andrew Groen details the mistake in Empires of Eve. Quote, "Band of Brothers ordered every one of its capital ship pilots to log off at an open NPC-controlled station in PR-TAC 8CA in Delve. However, Goonswarm spies found out about the massive stockpile of warships and called in their allies to organize a massive blockade of the station. They were able to surround the indestructible NPC station, trapping every last one of Band of Brothers' dreadnoughts and carriers inside.
They bubbled
the
them.
blockade around Band of Brothers' fleet held for 30 days straight."
Wow.
End quote. By the time the Russians came to assist, it was far too late. Delve now belonged to Goonswarm, as did its vast natural resources, and this readjustment of power would come to shape the game in ways that players could scarcely predict. But even as the massive war in Nullsec was finally calming, Crowd Control Productions was planning massive additions and adjustments, one of which coincided with the end of the war in Delve. Up until the end of 2009, the presence of a Titan on the battlefield was overwhelming and oppressive due to the sheer power of its Doomsday weapon, capable of destroying nearly any non-capital ship in a 500-kilometer radius, centered on a point of the pilot's choosing. Often, when a Titan arrived, the existence of anything smaller than a dreadnought was invalidated. However, on December 1st, 2009, a significant change was made to the Titan's signature weapon. Rather than a massive area of effect, the Doomsday would now be a focused single-target burst of damage, capable of destroying or severely damaging even the largest ships in a single blast.
But
With
it wouldn't
this
kill
change,
massive
the
amounts
importance
of
of
ships.
large populations in battle was re-emphasized.
Right?
A fleet of smaller
Yes.
sub-capital ships was always necessary for capital and super-capital ships to perform well, and now that a sub-capital fleet couldn't be immediately decimated upon the arrival of a Titan, greater populations of players could again become a stronger deciding factor. But more importantly for most other players, who had only a tangential attachment to Nullsec, another promised feature was being touted by Crowd Control Productions, something that they had been planning for the past 3 years. Ambulation, which had been renamed to Walking in Stations. Over the past year, the company had released various teasers and discussed their goals for the project.
Okay, I tried EVE Online once. I feel like it was like 10, 15 years ago. And I remember I did try it. And when they were showing the video, or when we were showing the video last stream, I was like, they talked about how you could walk around the station. I was like, I could swear that I remember that you used to be able to get out of your ship in EVE Online. And then I thought maybe I was just like experiencing like some memory of me trying Star Citizen or something like that. And then they said that, and I'm like, no, I swear, I think I used to be able to do that.
And what it's about giving the players a full body avatar and the ability to exit their ships and go into space station and go to bars and corporation offices and socialize and play mini games as an embodied avatar.
However, there was some question as to the necessity of such a feature. The development time and work required were remarkable, but players were already socializing using various out-of-game methods that were far more visible and already established, such as IRC chats and even the official forums. While there was quite a bit of excitement, there was also trepidation that it would be superfluous or add extraneous requirements to what players could already do. As Crowd Control Productions grappled with how to implement walking in stations, other projects were floundering. The EVE collectible card game, which they had produced in conjunction with the recently acquired White Wolf Productions, had suffered a lukewarm reception after limited marketing outside of conventions, despite positive reviews from gaming publications. The single expansion released in 2007 had suffered a laborious release, reprinted 3 times before the cards were completed correctly, but shortly after a lackluster launch, it appears that the entire card game was abandoned. The company's other projects were also beginning to struggle. A scathing article from The Guardian in 2014 retrospectively described Crowd Control Productions as extremely disorganized when managing the staff from White Wolf. Quote, "Very shortly after initial development began, the company started blurring the lines between the World of Darkness and EVE projects. Repeatedly, staff were shifted over from the former to work on expansion projects for the latter. At times, our sources say, the entire World of Darkness staff was put onto EVE." End quote. The problems within the team itself were numerous. Developers interviewed for the article cited problems in various areas of development, including demands for small changes that required entire rewrites, weak creative vision, poor budgeting, a lack of managerial responsibility, and aggressive, hostile design meetings. Quote, "Most of the sources spoken to for this piece identified the same problematic CCP manager, who had little vision for what the finished game would look like. Not once could he answer any question about moment-to-moment gameplay or areas of focus," says one source. Instead, he preferred to deliver buzzword-laden rambles. It was not uncommon for him to communicate in onomatopoeia. I once saw him looking over the shoulder of a programmer at some bit of user interface the poor guy had hacked together. He straightened up, put fingers to lips, and said, "No, this isn't it at all. Make it more... psh." He hissed on his fingertips like the air coming out of a bicycle tire, and then just walked away. End quote. As the World of Darkness team struggled, work continued on Dust 514, but to properly integrate its game world with that of EVE Online, the infantry would need...
Yeah, I lost about 30 pounds so far. I need to lose about another 20. Yeah, that's my goal. Actually, yeah, it's about another 15, my first goal. I want to get down to about 230, and then another 10 after that. So I've got probably a total of 25 pounds. And I joked with my mom, who noticed I'd lost weight, and I said that'll get me back down to my clubbing days weight. I can start wearing like fitted shirts and stuff again.
...need the planets over which they were to fight, and on May 26, 2010, this prize would be introduced in the Tyrannus expansion. With this, the pilots in EVE Online would be able to lay claim to planets and exploit their resources by establishing infrastructure with the intention of being able to contest them with Dust 514 mercenary groups. Such resources would only increase the wealth of the existing nullsec factions and their growing industries, now able to flourish with the end of the war.
I appreciate the compliment, thank you.
War against Band of Brothers. But who precisely would fight these battles was still uncertain. Since 2009, Crowd Control Productions had been mum about how people would be able to play the game, only specifying that it would be made for current generation hardware, a term typically reserved for consoles. In June of 2011, the concerns of many players were confirmed. Dust 514 would be exclusive to Sony's PlayStation 3 and portable PlayStation Vita consoles. This was a peculiar choice. Beyond the difficulty of creating games for the PlayStation 3, the markets for EVE Online and first-person shooter games for consoles were remarkably different. While both attracted primarily male audiences, EVE's player base skewed older and was more interested in detailed space simulation gameplay, while console shooters were typically played by younger men who desired faster, more immediate experiences, and those in the latter audience were largely unaware of EVE. Many EVE players who otherwise might have had interest in Dust 514 didn't own a PlayStation or
Yeah,
were
that's-
unwilling to pay for the console specifically for Dust. Still, there was hope that others interested in the setting would play Dust.
Dust was such a cool idea, and I don't know. Same as Eve Vanguard, like they should just follow through with it and do what they were talking about doing it, and make sure it's available for PC.
To engage with the space sandbox. But the goodwill and hope of EVE's player base would be shaken during an incident that would capture the attention not only of those in New Eden, but the broader gaming public.
All right, with that, guys, we're going to end it there. I go about an hour for each episode. We'll watch the next hour, probably next EVE Online stream. I'm going to end the stream there. So I don't know who to raid. We raided Serpent Power last time. Ending stream already. I told you I was going to try and start doing the 2 stream a day thing. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do it today. Because I'm getting tired and I still got to go to the gym and stuff too. I got to like make it so that I can actually stay awake till like 10 or 11 o'clock at night my time. And right now I'm ready for a nap and it's like not even 1:30 yet. So, yeah. So anyways, I don't know who do you guys have a favorite streamer that's on right now? Maybe, I don't know, I don't know any of these people really. Know a couple, but, let's see, who can we raid here? Let's trying to see if there's anyone that's doing like PvP or something interesting. But and that speaks English. There's a German, a Russian. Not sure what this person's doing. What is this? Okay, I think I found someone, so I've never spoken to this person before, but yeah, Bush Kitty One Shots. Go and say hello. I will be back tomorrow, for sure, if I'm not back tonight, but I will be back tomorrow for sure. Thank you all for your help. I did give away 200 ISK yesterday, this stream, or 200 million ISK. Sorry, 200 million ISK. We did in a giveaway for people for all the help and stuff like that. So we'll probably continue to do more giveaways as I learn how to make more and more money. I am not an EVE partner, so this is all stuff that I've got to come up with myself. So anyways, thank you very much, guys. I will talk to you later, and have a good night. Can you give away 1 million Canadian dollars? No. Have a good one, guys. Host 7's in the chat. Mike, go install the game and come play. Same as Mavo. If you're here, go install the game and come play. Talk to you guys later. Take care. Have a good day. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. All that stuff.